Chapter 971. Chu Lian's heart was filled with vigilance and caution when he saw the young lady sitting in the carriage like a lady from a noble family. He didn't know if the conversation between him and his junior sister had been overheard by these people. However, from the looks of it, this group of people had extraordinary origins. They belonged to the kind of people who were either rich or noble. "Greetings, Mississippi, may I know, why did you ask your maidservant to stop me and my junior sister?" Chu Lian cupped his hands and took the initiative to ask with a calm expression. This person was unfathomable, and he wasn't someone he could go against. Even if he had the noble ball, he couldn't go against her. But judging from the current situation, she didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him and his junior sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have simply asked him to come over. At the thought of this, Chu Lian heaved a sigh of relief. There were many things that he couldn't deal with before he grew up. The Spirit Emperor's eyes flickered as he smiled. "Just now in the carriage, I heard the conversation between the young master and that young lady. I was quite interested in it, so I wanted to see which young master dared to say such words. I hope this young master doesn't mind." Before she figured out whether Chu Lian was a variable and what his background was, she didn't want to reveal her identity. She was the Spirit Emperor of the spiritual ruins and was only below the patriarchs. However, she had always been meticulous and watertight. After learning that Chu Lian could very well be a variable, she had many thoughts in her mind. Oh! Chu Lian was stunned when he heard her words. He initially thought that she was joking, but when he saw the serious and sincere smile on her face, he was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that she would agree and admire him after hearing his words. But on second thought, the various races in the world were suffering under the rule of the spiritual ruins, so it was normal for them to have complaints. This woman seemed to be from a large family with an extraordinary bearing. The family behind her must have been exploited by the royal family of the spiritual mound. So when she heard that someone dared to talk about the spiritual ruins behind her back, she couldn't help but feel curious and admire. Outside the carriage, Mingxiu, who was riding on a horse, did not know what was happening inside the carriage. She was very worried, but the two maidservants of the Spirit Emperor were beside her and didn't reveal anything. "Miss, you don't have to worry. Our miss means no harm." The ears of the two maids twitched slightly as if they had heard the Spirit Emperor's telepathic message. They immediately smiled and invited Mingxiu into the carriage. When Mingxiu arrived at the carriage, her senior brother, Chu Lian, had a smile on his face as he conversed with the astonishingly beautiful woman before him. The words they spoke caused Mingxiu to tremble in fear. This was too bold. It could be said that it was disrespectful to the spiritual ruins royal family. It could be said that Chu Lian had spilled everything he had seen along the way, including his hatred and resentment towards the royal family of the mystical ruins. If such words were to be heard by the royal family of the spiritual mound or the tribes that supported the royal family of the spiritual mound, it would be a heinous crime. However, this stunningly beautiful woman seemed to agree with her senior brother's words. She nodded repeatedly with a look of appreciation on her face. This scene made Mingxiu feel dizzy. If his heart wasn't big enough, he might have been scared to death. Her senior brother was even talking about the current emperor of the spiritual ruins royal family, as if he was planning to overthrow the rule of the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family. "I didn't expect young Master Chu Lian to think so of the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family. You have the same thoughts as me." The Spirit Emperor smiled as he conversed with Chu Lian. He tried to deduce again, but his heart was cold. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would talk about this with a strange man and listen to him slander him. However, this allowed the Spirit Emperor to confirm one thing. This man named Chu Lian did indeed carry an enormous amount of luck. In the vast universe, it was indeed a rare variable. There were endless possibilities in the future. Chu Lian didn't sense anything strange in his conversation with the Spirit Emperor. Instead, he felt that this woman was well-spoken and had extraordinary knowledge. Many of her theories and thoughts were actually in line with his. In the beginning, he still had some wariness in his heart, but as time went on, he gradually let down his guard. He spoke with vigor, as if he was going to overthrow the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family in the near future. Chu Lian wasn't old, and he was full of youthful vigor. He had recently obtained a supreme treasure from a civilization, which increased his confidence greatly. When faced with such a beautiful woman, it was inevitable that he would want to show off. This was especially so when he found out that he would be traveling together with a woman named Huang Ling. He was pleasantly surprised. However, the surname Huang was not commonly seen in this world, so it was not easy for Chu Lian to ask about her origins. The carriage rumbled as it left behind a cloud of dust on the official road. It left behind a cloud of dust as it left into the distance. In the ancestral hall of the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family, Gu Chang'e chatted casually with the grand progenitor of the spiritual ruins royal family, Wan Yanxiu. He learned a lot about the Sudan true world. If they changed their course, they would need to travel for at least a few hundred years in the vast expanse. Although a few hundred years was just the blink of an eye to an existence like Gu Chang'e, however, to the various worlds and space-times in the vast expanse, it was enough for them to undergo drastic changes. Even if the spiritual ruins world did not descend upon the Dao Chang true world, another force of power would descend during that time and bring about a disaster. Gu Chang'e had already made all the arrangements, so he was naturally not worried about that. However, he considered something else. The other force of power came from another civilization in the vast expanse, and it was different from the spiritual ruins world. When he left the Dao Chang true world, he had only sensed it vaguely and did not investigate it deeply. The power of that true world was clearly stronger than that of the spiritual ruins world, and the civilization behind it was much older. That was why Gu Chang'e was considering whether he should give up what was near and seek what was far away. We are willing to serve you, sir. Sir, if there is anything you can use us for, please do not hesitate to tell us. The entire spiritual ruins world is willing to do our best for you. Wan Yanxiu had long since made his decision. It did not matter whether Gu Chang'e intended to search for other true worlds and start a dark upheaval before descending to devour them, or if he had other motives. Wan Yanxiu had to do his best to make the spiritual ruins world stay close to him. With Gu Chang'e's strength, he would definitely not want to do everything himself. Oh, you are willing to serve me? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He was not surprised by Wan Yanxiu's choice. He only said, "Do you know what my plans are? If you want to serve me, what if I say that I intend to keep the spiritual ruins world as my food? Would you agree?" When they heard these words, the expressions of the other spiritual ruins clan members in the ancestral hall changed. Some of them turned pale with fear. The beautiful people who had been singing and dancing had long since retreated. The people in the ancestral hall were all progenitors of the spiritual ruins world. The other members of the clan did not have the right to appear in the ancestral hall. To normal members of the clan, these progenitors were usually in isolation to train in the endless expanse of space and time. They would not be disturbed. It was basically impossible for them to appear at the same time. Wan Yanxiu withstood the great pressure. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "If you are willing, then it is the spiritual ruins world's honor. Besides, with your strength, you might not think much of the spiritual ruins world. I believe that only the powerful true worlds in the vast expanse world have the right to be kept by you, sir. With your strength, is there anyone in the entire vast expanse world who can fight against you? Only the living beings from the legendary True Lands would have the power to fight against you. Living beings from the True Lands." Once Wan Yanxiu finished speaking, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared. Only his fair and slender hand continued to tap on the armrest of the table. He had been smiling faintly just a moment ago, but now it was as if there was no emotion on his face. He stood high above the masses and controlled supreme creation. He controlled the life and death of all living beings in the world. He fused with the Tao of heaven and carried out justice on behalf of the heavens. He controlled the evolution of the universe. He controlled all sorts of laws with one hand. Ancestor King Whitebone felt an inexplicable fear in his heart at that moment. No one in the ancestral hall dared to speak. They all thought that they had said something wrong and angered the Lord. Guchanga placed his fair and slender hand on the armrest of the chair. The tapping sounds caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Under everyone's gazes, each of his fingers seemed to be in control of an endless number of laws of the great Tao. They were space, time, the 4 seasons, life and death, the 5 elements, chaos, reincarnation. They were endless creations and unbelievable. All the progenitors of the true spirit ruins world felt that Guchanga only needed to point at them and they would die. Tao realm and true worlds would all shatter. This sort of power was no longer something a normal Tao realm cultivator could understand or imagine. They were like ants. They could not understand the vastness of the might of the heavens and the universe. Finally, when everyone could no longer hold it in and almost fell to the ground, their legs gave out. Guchanga cast a glance at Wanyan Xiao and Ancestor King Whitebone, then said leisurely, "Oh well, I do lack 2 subordinates by my side. Are the 2 of you willing to be my subordinates?" His actions just now were naturally intentional. He wanted these people to think that he had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with the True Lands. Of course, the True Lands in these people's eyes was the origin world that Guchanga had been talking about. When Wanyan Xiao and Ancestor King Whitebone heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies, and they no longer had any thoughts of refusing. When the True Lands were mentioned just now, Wanyan Xiao felt that something was off. His foundation in Tao realm had almost been shattered. He knew that he had definitely said something wrong, and he regretted it. This mysterious master of the Forbidden Lands definitely had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with the True Lands. This sort of person was ancient and could move freely through endless time and space. He was invincible, and his cultivation base was inconceivable and indescribable. He should have a powerful true world supporting him. But there was definitely a secret behind why he became the master of the Forbidden Lands. Besides the True Lands, there was probably no other existence in the vast expanse world that could hurt him. Once he thought this through, Wanyan Xiao regretted it. He was afraid that he had completely angered Guchanga. But fortunately, Guchanga did not blame him. As for being Guchanga's subordinates, he had been prepared for this since a long time ago. As long as he could keep his life, it would be good enough. He could think about other things later. Chapter 972. The decision of Wanyan Xiao and the others was naturally the decision of the entire royal family. Whitebone Ancestor King might have been alone and had no attachments, but Guchanga could easily decide his life. Before he had the strength to fight against Guchanga, he could not be disloyal. That was why Guchanga was not surprised by their decision. This was how the world worked. The strong preyed on the weak. As long as one stood at the top, they could easily decide the fate of all living things. The new true worlds, the ancient true worlds, and the strongest true worlds were not judged by their overall foundation, but by the strength of the strongest. Once the strongest person in a supreme true world died, they would definitely weaken, no matter how much power they had accumulated before this. In the vast expanse, there were many existences like Whitebone Ancestor King who had abandoned their past and everything. To them, the past and future were no longer important. As long as he existed, as long as he wanted to, he could create a supreme orthodoxy and a supreme world in an instant. The vast expanse might be chaotic, and there are many places where time and space overlap. The secrets of heaven are chaotic, but as long as I capture the coordinates of the vast expanse, I can determine my true location. The Sudan True World. Thoughts surged in Guchanga's mind as he tried to determine the location of the Sudan True World through the coordinates of the vast expanse. White Bone Ancestor King, Wanyanxiu, and the others could not help but feel chills run down their spines, as if a terrifying chill had swept past them that could freeze and shatter their true souls. On the other hand, the weaker members of the spiritual Void tribe did not have much of a reaction. The moment Gu Changa thought about it, in a certain region in the depths of the vast expanse, an endless amount of space-time turbulence surged there, and countless space-time overlapped and became chaotic. The storm of the great Tao there was so terrifying that it could be described as covering the sky and earth. Every inch of latitude was enveloped by it. In this terrifying storm of the great Tao, existences like immortal kings were not even ants. The moment they were thrown in, they would be crushed to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Their names would be erased from any latitude or dimension. However, in the depths of this chaotic space, there was a dazzling golden light that hung high in the sky like a sun. The sun was surrounded by countless ancient universes and worlds. They were like nebulas that surrounded the sun. Every layer of nebula had countless planets, and within them were countless worlds that were being nurtured. It was extremely mysterious. In the layer of clouds closest to the sun were ancient true worlds. They were filled with life force, ancient and ancient. There were an unknown number of living beings and powerful warriors. And this was just the periphery of Sudan True World. As a supreme true world, it had endured an endless amount of time and created countless legends and myths. The number of ancient true worlds it had attached itself to was already astonishing. However, just as Gu Changa was thinking about it, a shocking change was also happening here. A terrifying storm of the Great Path appeared around the nebula, sweeping across all directions. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A deep, cold, and dark aura spread out from an unknown place, wanting to eat away at the golden sun. The long river of destiny is boiling. Even our Tao laws are becoming unstable. Why are black spots appearing in Sudan True World's Kismet? What terrifying malice! Just what sort of existence has set its sights on our Sudan True World? Even the long river of destiny is warning us. But the calamity has yet to arrive, and the disaster has yet to manifest. Why are there so many twists and turns in the current vast expanse world? An old man with a sage-like bearing who wore a large white robe had a profound aura coiled around his body, and it was deep like the universe and contained boundless fortune. He had been sitting in the depths of the endless space, but at that moment he was jolted awake. His eyes were filled with shock, and he felt that all sorts of inconceivable things were happening before his eyes. The originally calm, long river of destiny seemed to be boiling at that moment. Countless fragments of the great path gushed out from it. This was the first time the old man in white robes had seen such a thing in his long life of cultivation. Even if he used heaven-defying methods to make deductions, it was of no use. The vague malice had come too suddenly. He did not know why it had come, but it had already caused dark spots to appear in Sudan True World's vast kismet, and it was gradually showing signs of being eaten away. Sudan True World has been blessed with a kismet for an eternity. There are many prodigies and countless serendipities. Why is this happening? The warning from the long river of destiny is also useless. Could it be that the great destruction before the calamity is about to happen ahead of time? The old man in white robe's expression changed rapidly. He used all sorts of heaven-defying methods in an attempt to stabilize the boiling long river of destiny. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was still a large amount of the aura of destiny escaping and dispersing into the long river. The originally calm and vast long river of destiny had disappeared out of thin air in his eyes. Not only is our kismet being eaten away, even our destiny is evaporating. Once destiny disappears, Sudan True World might welcome an unimaginable disaster. The old man in white robe's face had turned slightly pale at that moment. Even he found it difficult to calm down when something like this happened so suddenly. He quickly got up from the space-time and went to discuss with the other existences in Su-Dan True World. Ah, sir, turbid abyss. Ahead of us is the newborn, true world we discovered. There is a high possibility that there is a spark of the immortal Tao civilization left behind in it. At the same time, a boundless ancient worship with an endless amount of complicated and profound patterns carved on it charged through the vast expanse and quickly closed in on Tao Chang True World. Based on its outer appearance, the ancient worship was similar to a perfectly round flying shuttle. There were all sorts of terrifying substances surrounding it. Wind, fire, lightning, shadows. Each of these substances contained an astonishing amount of energy, causing space to crackle and order to crumble. This was the ancient worship of a mortal spirit civilization. It was moving through the vast expanse and finally closing in on Tao Chang True World. Several tall figures, surrounded by a strange fog, were looking at the scene outside through the transparent crystal wall. Their faces were flat, and they had no facial features. Their bodies seemed to be simple containers that could be discarded at any moment. At this moment, the person who spoke was exceptionally tall. Crackling lightning continuously flickered and curled around him. It was different from normal lightning. This lightning contained the will to destroy. Just a single wisp of it could make an immortal king explode. The female, called Turbid Abyss, stood calmly in front of the crystal wall, also looking at the scene before her. The presence that made me feel uneasy in the past has already disappeared. She did not bother with the words of the people beside her. Instead, she was thinking in her head, if I can find the spark left behind by the immortal Tao civilization, then I can truly complete the fourth metamorphosis of my heart. There is a huge difference between the third and fourth metamorphosis of my heart. Our race might have inherited our ancestors' power over countless years, but there are not many who have managed to reach this step. Right now, the chance is right before my eyes. There might be some unknown dangers in this newborn true world, but I still have to fight. From Turbid Abyss's gaze, she could see a huge oval-shaped world that looked like an egg growing before her. With each breath, endless changes were born. However, the faint light was like the stars shining in the night sky. It was incredibly obvious. At that moment, Tao Chang True World had undergone a tremendous change, and its kismet was gushing out. The originally dried-up nebula around them was gradually showing signs of life, and some ancient universes and worlds were being born. Even though these universes and worlds still needed a long time to form, it was already a pretty good sign for Tao Chang True World. Once the higher world, immortal region, and the other world fused together, the development of each day could be said to have been described as changing with each passing day. Besides, due to the existence of Heaven's Slaying Alliance, many of the rules that Gu Changa had left behind had been reestablished. Tao Chang True World had become stable and peaceful, and all the races and forces of power were working hard to think of ways to become stronger. Aside from that, many people with great potential had appeared out of nowhere and obtained different serendipities. Within a short period of time, they had grown to a stage where normal people could not hope to reach. Before Gu Changa left, he had also re-established the rules of the world so that the speed of change in Tao Chang True World would be faster. He had made the flow of time there much slower than in Vast Expanse universe. In other words, the flow of time in Vast Expanse universe was different from that in Tao Chang True World. To the civilizations that had moved through the Vast Expanse universe, perhaps only an instant or a breath had passed, but in Tao Chang True World, several years might have passed or even longer. This could be said to be heaven-defying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was stealing from the heavens. In terms of the levels of the world, Vast Expanse universe and True World belonged to the same latitude, and the difference in the flow of time was not too great. In at most 7 days, we'll be able to descend in this true world. I hope we'll be pleasantly surprised. Many of the immortal spirits on the ancient worship of the immortal spirit civilization had delighted expressions on their faces. When they looked at the true world, covered in thick kismet before them. They felt as if they were looking at a rich land filled with all sorts of resources. Warriors of my race, prepare to descend at any moment. Joie had already made up his mind, and he sent his thought to the others. Many callous figures covered in armor stood tall on the ancient warship like immortal divine mountains. They either held heavenly blades or battle spears in their hands. Their fighting spirit filled the air, and it was a terrifying sight. At the center of Dao Chang True World was the universe where the immortal region had once been. The headquarters of Heaven Punishing Alliance was located, and there were many palaces and pavilions. It was so grand that it was like the celestial palace of the 9 heavens, and it exuded an ancient air. In one of the palaces was Gu family's ancestor, Gu Wuang, with a frown on his face. An ancient mirror manifested before him. Many scenes appeared on its originally blurry surface, and they were the scenes outside the vast expanse battlefield, which was also the scene outside Dao Chang True World. This is different from the aura of the disaster I originally predicted. This is another aura, but it's just as powerful and terrifying. No matter what, he was a cultivator in Dao Realm, and his methods were outstanding. With his deduction skills, he saw some of the scenes in the vast expanse. There was an ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle surrounded by many strange substances in the vast expanse, and it was swiftly approaching the true world. Looks like I can't avoid it in the end. I wonder where Gu Changa went, and whether he's still in Dao Chang True World. Gu Wuang sighed softly. He had a feeling that if he continued observing, the figure in the ancient warship would discover his existence. He could only wave his arm and wipe away the scene on the mirror. He did not know whether Gu Changa was still in Dao Chang True World, or whether he was practicing cultivation in some other space-time or in the endless void. Only a few years might have passed in the vast expanse, but dozens of years had passed since Heaven Punishing Alliance had been established in Dao Chang True World, and many changes had happened. As the Vice Alliance Master, Gu Wuang might have managed Heaven Punishing Alliance in an orderly manner, but there were many things that were beyond his expectations. He did not know whether Gu Changa had made arrangements beforehand, or whether he had some sort of goal. Chapter 973. During the past few decades, the development of the Dao Chang True World could only be described as world-shaking. Almost every year, there would be many people who would reach Dao completion. There were also quite a number of people who went through the immortal tribulation. The old immortal kings had also improved greatly, and their cultivation bases had become much more profound. Even Gu Wang's own strength had increased by a large margin. Even though he still needed a long time to accumulate his strength, it was enough to surprise him. However, it was naturally impossible for the Dao Chang True World to become so strong in just a few decades. Gu Wang did not have such extravagant hopes. However, during the past few years, many powerful warriors from the ancient era had appeared again. Among them were the ancestors of the immortal ancient races and the great figures of the immortal palace. There were also people from even more ancient times whose cultivation bases surpassed immortal king realm. There were also some ancient cultivators from the era of the innate legends who appeared one after another. One of them was the former crown prince of the immortal phoenixes. He was familiar with Ao Tung and the others, and once he was revived, he led the immortal phoenixes to join the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. The Heaven-Slaying Alliance had unified the ancient worlds of various sizes and could be said to have truly unified the Dao Chang True World. It could be said that it was the strongest force of power since ancient times. If they did not consider the impending disaster, then as long as the Dao Chang True World was given time, it would sooner or later develop to a level where it could rival the ancient True Worlds. This is the aura of another civilization. It's much stronger and more menacing than I thought. Gu Wuang did not waste any time. With a thought, he had the remaining ancient cultivators in the Dao Chang True World come to the palace to discuss how to deal with the situation. As for Gu Changa's whereabouts and tracks, he did not know anything about it. Wang Wushang's growth might be fast, but it's still not enough in the face of this disaster. I wonder what Guchanga's plans were. Guwang shook his head. No matter what, he was an ancient cultivator in the Tao realm, so he could more or less see the abnormality in Wang Wushang. However, he did not want to ask about the major matter that involved the Tao Chang true world. As the Tao child of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, Wang Wushang was nourished by Kismet. The ancient Tao orthodoxies saw him as their hope and poured countless resources into him. Besides, Guchanga had given him the root of primordial chaos, which helped him cultivate. In just a few short decades, Wang Wushang had already grown to a level comparable to a quasi-immortal emperor. This was a completely inconceivable matter. It seemed that only the word variable could truly explain all of this. There were plenty of young people who had risen to fame in Tao Chang True World. All of them had their own serendipity and fortuitous encounters, and the speed at which they grew was incredibly terrifying. However, in front of Wang Wushang, they were still overshadowed. Over the years, the Heaven-Slaying Alliance had recruited many young people with great fortunes and opportunities from all over the world. They had poured resources into them to help them grow. However, time was still a threshold that could not be crossed. There was not enough time left for them to grow. If he had 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer, he might be able to reach the point where he could take charge of everything. When I left the immortal region back then, the various worlds had withered, the heavens had shattered, and the various races were gloomy and gloomy. Their karmic luck was thin, and it was a scene of sunset. But I didn't expect that when I returned to my homeland, the scene I would see would be incredibly different. This place is thriving, and its karmic luck is flourishing. Judging by the degree to which its karmic luck is surging, it might not take many eons before it grows into an ancient true world. Qing Feng, you are truly a good disciple of mine. You gave me such a pleasant surprise. For it to still have such serendipity after going through 2 eons means that this true world's fate should not stop here. Once it becomes an ancient true world, its status will change drastically. Even in the eyes of the 9 heavens, it will be a powerful force that cannot be ignored. At the same time, several figures were trekking through the vast expanse beyond Tao Chang True World. Golden light appeared under the feet of one of them and intersected with each other to form some sort of terrifying runic symbol. It turned into a great Tao that brought another person through the vast expanse of fog. Before their eyes was a true world enveloped by layers of nebulas. It looked like an eggshell that was giving birth to an astonishing amount of karmic luck. All sorts of phenomena could be seen within it. Occasionally it would expand and shrink. Occasionally immortal light, chaotic fog, divine light of absolute beginning, and other mysterious and strange substances would surge out. The person who spoke was an old man who looked like a human but had sharp mouth and yellow hair. He wore a monk's robe and looked a little like an ape who had attained the Tao. His golden eyes looked incredibly ancient and profound, and occasionally they would shine with a brilliant light. Among the people beside him there was a young man. He was tall and strong, and looked valiant and extraordinary. He was Qing Feng, who had left the celestial region a few years ago to search for the 9 heavens. It had been many years since he left the celestial region. Now that he had returned, Qing Feng could not help but feel a little timid. But more than that, he was excited. Master, you are right. The celestial region might have encountered a disaster and might be destroyed, but there is still a chance of survival, or else I would not have traveled hundreds of millions of leagues to search for a way to solve it. Qing Feng was still very respectful when he faced the old man in the monk's robe. The old man's name was Ancient Monk Ape Zan. He was an ancient existence in the 3rd layer of the 9 heavens, sky change. His strength was unfathomable. A long time ago, he had broken through the shackles of the immortal Tao and entered the Tao realm. He had survived countless heavenly blight tribulations. He was also the biggest reason why Qing Feng could safely leave the 9 heavens and return to the celestial region. Otherwise, with his strength, let alone returning to the celestial region, he might not even be able to leave the 9 heavens. The surroundings of the nine heavens were filled with all kinds of terrifying storms of the great Tao. There were also countless space-time torrents and fragments of time that could easily shatter a cultivator's body and destroy their soul. Not to mention immortal kings. Even quasi-immortal emperors did not dare to cross. Many years ago, after Qing Feng bid farewell to the Tomb Keeper, he went to the nine heavens to find the ancestors of the immortal palace. He wanted them to help and solve the disaster of the celestial region. However, the nine heavens were so vast. Each layer of the nine heavens seemed to be made up of endless continents. There were countless ancient planets and countless orthodoxies. Qing Feng kept asking, but he did not get any information about the ancestors of the immortal palace. Later on, he relied on his relationship with the Tomb Keeper to go to the center of the first layer of heaven. He used the teleportation formation to go to the second layer of heaven. However, although the second layer of heaven was smaller than the first layer of heaven, it was still vast. Moreover, there were many alternate spacetimes. Many orthodoxies were located in the depths of spacetime. It was even more difficult for him to find traces of the ancestors of the immortal palace. He could not even find any information about them. Moreover, only after reaching the nine heavens did Qing Feng understand how laughable he was. He thought that the disaster of the celestial region was so terrifying and important that he had to hurry back. Otherwise, it would be too late. However, this kind of thing was too common in the nine heavens. There were many living beings and cultivators in the nine heavens. They were slightly older and had experienced the destruction of their homeland. They were already indifferent to it. Qing Feng had also begged the experts of the nine heavens to help. He was willing to pay any price. However, everyone was disdainful. After hearing about this matter, it was like they heard a wave rising and then sinking. They did not care at all. Qing Feng almost fell into despair. After leaving the celestial region, he knew how vast the world was. In the eyes of those experts, things like the destruction of a world was as normal as the sun rising and the moon falling. It would happen every day. It would not attract their attention at all. The vicissitudes of time and reincarnation were just small things in the blink of an eye. Moreover, with Qing Feng's strength, he was not qualified to pay a price that would move them. He traveled far and wide to save a world that was about to collapse. Fortunately, in the third layer of heaven, Qing Feng was extremely lucky to meet ancient monk Ape Zen. He said that he had some connections with the world behind Qing Feng and had walked out of that world before. After knowing that the world was about to suffer a calamity, he was willing to return with Qing Feng and save it. Ancient monk Ape Zen was also a famous figure in the third layer of heaven. Even the rulers of the third layer of heaven would treat him with respect. Therefore, after knowing all this, Qing Feng was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, ancient monk Ape Zen saw that his talent was extraordinary, so he took him in as a disciple. He even gave him many treasures and abilities to help him condense the immortal king Tao fruit. Although the immortal king Tao fruit had not stabilized and should be left in the nine heavens to cultivate for a period of time, Qing Feng could not forget about Qing Feng. He was afraid that the demon master would harm his people in the city of no return and his junior sister Zinshuang, who hated the demon master to the bone. Therefore, he naturally hoped that ancient monk Ape Zen would quickly return to the immortal region with him and help resolve the calamity. He wondered how his junior sister and the others had been during the years he left the immortal region. Would they be bullied by the demon master and live in fear all day long? When he thought of this, Qing Feng's heart tightened. He was very uneasy. He was afraid that he would see an unacceptable scene when he returned to the immortal region. Master, from the aura and scale of this true world, although it is only a new true world, it is still rising rapidly. But this continuous increase in Kismet doesn't seem like something that would appear in a newborn true world. Moreover, I feel that there seems to be a strong expert outside this true world that has set up restrictions to resist the impact of the immortal region. This true world probably has many secrets. At this moment, among the people standing with Qing Feng, a woman with a seductive appearance, spoke. She was wearing a light pink dress. Her beautiful hair was like clouds, and there was a golden feather at the center of her eyebrows. She was not human. However, her aura was very vast and deep, like that of a boundless universe. Her cultivation base was half a step into the Tao realm. Qing Feng was very respectful to this woman. Her name was Fun Tiao, and she was ancient monk Ape Zen's eldest disciple. She had cultivated for many years and had several eons of magic power. Chapter 974. There were many ancient races living in the 9 heavens. Their former homes were destroyed and turned to dust. They had no choice but to leave their homes and migrate. Fun Xiao wasn't a human. She had the bloodline of the great Cyan divine bird. Her ancestor was an innate divine bird born in the primal chaos. She had once ruled over an ancient true world. But during the apocalypse, the true world, she was shattered and returned to dust. Fun Xiao led her race to migrate through the vast expanse. Later on, she found the 9 heavens and settled there. As the eldest disciple of ancient monk Ape Zen, she had worked very hard to get to where she was today. A half-step Tao realm cultivator was a powerful force that couldn't be ignored in the 9 heavens. She could protect her people. Aside from Fun Xiao, there were several other figures here. There were men and women, humans and aliens. They all followed ancient monk Ape Zen here. Qing Feng treated them very respectfully. Aside from Fun Xiao, the others were all immortal emperors. The weakest was a quasi-immortal emperor. In the previous immortal region, they could definitely rule over an area, and no one could shake them. Moreover, Fun Xiao was the reason Qing Feng was able to meet ancient monk Ape Zen on this trip to the 9 heavens. If it wasn't for Fun Tian finding him pitiful and thinking of her destroyed homeland, bringing him to see ancient monk Ape Zen, none of these things would have happened afterwards. Eldest senior sister Fun Xiao is right. There seems to be something wrong with the providence of this true world. If there isn't a supreme treasure being born, then it's very likely that a powerful person left behind a Tao fruit. At this time, a slightly taller figure spoke. His face was similar to ancient monk Ape Zen, but he wore a golden robe. Although he had the will of Buddha, he seemed a bit fierce. As he sized up the true world in front of him, light continuously flashed in his eyes. Clearly he was plotting something. Qing Feng glanced at this person. His name was Yuan Xan. He came from the same clan as ancient monk Ape Zen and had outstanding talent. In just a few epochs, he had reached quasi-immortal emperor and was highly regarded by ancient monk Ape Zen. This time, the monk purposely brought Yuan Xan out in order to help him reach the imperial level and condense his light. Ancient monk Ape Zen put his palms together and nodded slightly. You're all right. Based on what Qing Feng said before, this true world has clearly reached the point where its fate is declining. It's on the verge of destruction and a calamity is about to descend. But from the looks of it now, the luck is rising and surging. This is not the sign of premature aging. Furthermore, when I left this realm, my cultivation was still shallow, so I didn't see anything. But now that I look at it, these restriction runes aren't something that an ordinary cultivator can leave behind. Looks like this true world was once left behind by a powerful being. It contains quite a big secret. He was now a Tao realm ancient cultivator, and his strength was unfathomable. Even he was surprised by the array pattern restriction, which meant that it was at least at the Tao realm level. However, according to Qing Feng's introduction, this true world had never given birth to a very powerful existence. In ancient monk Ape Zen's opinion, the world devastator demon master he spoke of had at most touched the threshold of the Tao realm. Even his eldest disciple, Fun Chen, might be able to easily suppress him, so he wouldn't be in any danger at all. However, at ancient monk Ape Zen's level, he could easily see the past and reflect the future. Still, peering into a true world consumed a lot of energy. He didn't intend to spend a lot of energy to do so, but he still felt a hint of danger and that something was off. Oh well, it's just a new true world. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a hint of something off. Ancient monk ape Zen didn't take this hint of something off to heart. After all, he could peer into the fate of a true world and understand the workings of the heavenly Tao. If there were any calamities or dangers, he could foresee them. He could calculate all sorts of disasters, so it was very difficult for him to truly fall into danger. Let's go back to your homeland and take a look. You've been away for so many years, so you should miss your homeland. Ancient monk ape Zen smiled and put his palms together as he spoke to Qing Feng. At the same time, the golden path under his feet extended. The restriction runes outside the Dao Chang True world naturally couldn't stop him. When he left the immortal region in the past, he was still a little monkey. His cultivation was even lower than Qing Feng's. If he hadn't obtained a great serendipity in the 9 heavens and obtained the Saraira left behind by an ancient monk in the Dao realm before he passed away, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 9 heavens. With the help of the eternal Tao Lord, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Ancient monk ape Zen wasn't wrong when he said that he had a connection with the immortal region. The person who brought him to the 9 heavens was a native cultivator from the immortal region. However, that cultivator didn't have enough luck and passed away in the 9 heavens. There were so many cultivators searching for the 9 heavens in the vast expanse of space. They were like the sand in the Ganges, uncountable. That person didn't have a lot of luck. When his cultivation base reached its peak, his lifespan would naturally reach its end as well. A long time had passed, and ancient monk ape Zen had almost forgotten that person's face and name. Time is like a blade that cuts down prodigies. No one can escape this disaster. But this time, if I can complete the task set by the eternal Tao Lord and obtain his Tao essence, I might be able to advance even further. Scheming and scheming flashed in the depths of ancient monk ape Zen's eyes. If the master of the 9 heavens, who represented the supreme Tao Lord, hadn't sent him a thought and asked him to take in Qing Feng as his disciple, ancient monk ape Zen wouldn't have done so, even if his eldest disciple, Fun Chen, had personally pleaded for him. In his opinion, so what if the immortal region was his former homeland? It had long since broken away from him. In this vast expanse of space, countless worlds were destroyed every day and countless lives died. He didn't have the leisure to care about such things. Cultivation had always been a cruel process. The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. However, since Qing Feng was noticed by the eternal Tao Lord, it meant that there was something special about him, which was why ancient monk ape Zen did as he was told. Of course, it was also the eternal Tao Lord's orders to follow Qing Feng back to the immortal region and solve the disaster. Qing Feng didn't know about these things. In the Dao Chang True world, Gu Wang had long since told the leaders of the various races about the disaster. He couldn't tell the public that Gu Changa had disappeared a long time ago. To the Dao Chang True world, Gu Changa's existence was equivalent to a pillar of support. Once the pillar of support disappeared, the hearts of the people would also scatter. The leaders of the various races had all rushed to the main hall of the Heaven Punishing Alliance. They were very concerned about the disaster this time. When they looked over, they saw that the place was densely packed with heads, and they were all discussing it in low voices. The atmosphere might be heavy, but there was no pressure or uneasiness due to the impending disaster. Gu Wang was dressed in black robes and stood at the head of the group with his hands behind his back. When he saw this scene, he could not help but shake his head slightly. If they knew that Gu Changa had disappeared a long time ago, would these people still be able to be so relaxed and talk as if nothing had happened? Looks like Gu Changa intends to train the Dao Chang True world, which is why he decided to use the art of disappearance. But when I think about it, it makes sense. If we rely on him for everything, then no matter how many geniuses there are in the Dao Chang True world, it's impossible for them to truly grow. Only when they truly face the disaster can they grow the fastest, Gu Wang guessed in his heart. Taoist Brother Wu Wang, is the news confirmed? Soon, the Wine Sword Immortal, who is half a step into Tao realm, appeared with his disciple Wang Xiaonyo. He went straight to the point and asked. He might be dressed in tattered clothes and did not care about his appearance, but none of the leaders of the various orthodoxies in the hall dared to underestimate him. Quite a number of prodigies of the younger generation and middle-aged generation who came with the leaders of the various races cast their gazes on the wine-sword immortal's disciple, Wang Xiaonyo. As the disciple of one of the few ancient cultivators in Dao realm in the Dao Chang true world, it was impossible for him not to be noticed. However, Wang Xiaonyo had also grown a lot over the years. He was no longer the cowherd in the mountain village. As he stood there, he had an imposing appearance. He had a Taoist sword on his back, and there was a free and easy air about him, making him look like a young sword immortal. Of course, there were also rumors saying that Wang Xiaonyo had a relationship with the Alliance Master of the Heaven Crusher Alliance, Gu Chang'e, and had once called him Uncle Gu. However, this rumor had not been proven, and Wang Xiaonyo had never personally admitted it. The leaders of the various orthodoxies had also tried to recruit Wang Xiaonyo. They threw out all sorts of olive branches or arranged marriages, but none of them succeeded. The kismet in the Dao Chang true world was flourishing at that moment, and all sorts of monsters and freaks were popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Among the most brilliant prodigies of the younger generation and middle-aged generation, Wang Xiaonyo was definitely ranked at the top, and he was known as the Little Sword Immortal by quite a number of people. The news is naturally true, or else I wouldn't have sent a message to inform all the races that the power beyond the Dao Chang true world will descend in a few years at the latest. However, this power is different from the one I deduced in the beginning. They might not come from the same power, Gu Wang said with a nod. When they heard this, the leaders of the various races in the hall were shocked. Someone could not help but ask, Vice Alliance Master, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that there isn't just one power beyond the vast expanse that is coveting the Dao Chang true world? Gu Wang cast that person a glance and nodded. That's possible. That's why I asked all of you to come here and discuss how to deal with the situation. With the Dao Chang true world's current strength, if we don't make preparations, it'll be very difficult for us to withstand this disaster. Right then, he was fulfilling his duties as the Vice Alliance Master of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. In the past, he would not have thought about these things, and neither would he have said so much. However, since Gu Chang'e had disappeared and had become a boss who did nothing, Gu Wang could only pick up this burden. In truth, during the years he had been managing the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, he could clearly sense the benefits of the people's wishes and the power of faith. His cultivation base, which had originally been stuck at a bottleneck, showed signs of loosening, and his understanding of Dao arts became deeper. With this benefit, Gu Wang had nothing to complain about. After all, his cultivation base had already reached its limit. He could not see the path ahead of him, and there was no hope. He did not know how he should continue cultivating or how he should continue down this path. However, the people's wishes and the power of faith allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could use this power to continue down a new path and form the essence of his Tao that he could use to cultivate. When the leaders of the various races in the hall heard these words, they were clearly stunned. Many of them frowned and began thinking about how they should deal with the situation. Gu Wang's words also reminded them that they would not only have to face one disaster in the future. If we don't grow quickly, then we won't even have the right to be cannon fodder before these disasters. Some of the young people's hearts sank. They felt a sense of urgency. They had been in too much of a hurry to cultivate, and there was not enough time for them to grow. Soon, several streams of light appeared outside the hall. The other people had also arrived. Xin Shuang and the others from Immortal Palace followed behind Uncle Yi. As for Ao, Ling, Ao Tang, and the other people from the era of the Khanate legends, as well as Xinxian, they followed Ming, the other ancient cultivator in Dao Chang True World, who is now in Dao Chang True World. Gu Wang told the people what he had seen through his calculations and told them to prepare themselves. The disaster this time had come faster than they had imagined. This caused the people's hearts to feel slightly heavy. Qin Shuang, Shen Xian, Ao Ling, and the other prodigies of the younger generation were also silent. They felt a sense of oppression. Although they had been cultivating diligently, their speed was still too slow. In this disaster, they probably didn't even have the right to be cannon fodder. Qin Shuang and Ao Ling had been cultivating for a long time and were already immortal kings. However, although Shen Xian had the opportunity bestowed by Gu Chang'e and the personal guidance of Ming, she was still too young. She was only a true immortal now. As for the younger generation, their cultivation bases were even lower. Although they had heaven-defying opportunities and supreme fortunes that allowed their strength to advance by leaps and bounds, they were still in the domain of human Tao. It would still take many years for them to achieve Tao. Vice Alliance Leader, I wonder what the Lord Alliance Leader has been doing all this time. I haven't heard news of him for a long time. I wonder what the leader has instructed for this disaster. I think that with the leader's strength, he should be able to easily resolve this disaster. At this time, an expert from a foreign domain couldn't help but ask respectfully, voicing the thoughts in everyone's hearts. Once he said this, the people could not help but look towards him. Even Qin Shuang and the others, who had always harbored resentment and hatred towards Gu Chang'e, did the same. However, Gu Wang had long since expected them to ask this question. He did not know where Gu Chang'e was at that moment. He only shook his head slightly. The leader has something important to do right now, so it's not convenient for him to interfere in this matter. We need Dao Chang True World to work together to deal with this disaster. What? When they heard this, the people in the hall were stunned. Some of the people who had originally not paid much attention to this matter felt their hearts sink. Worry and solemn expressions appeared on their faces. Chapter 975. What? It's not convenient for the Alliance leader to interfere in this matter? The powerful warrior from the other world who asked this question clearly did not expect this answer. His respectful expression froze on his face, and he did not manage to react for a long time. Before this, all the races in Dao Chang True World treated Gu Chang'e as their pillar of support. No matter what Gu Chang'e did in the past, he was the strongest person in Dao Chang True World. As long as Gu Chang'e guarded Dao Chang True World, they did not need to care about any troublemakers. Yet now, they were suddenly told that Gu Chang'e would not interfere in this matter. Did this mean that they would have to face this disaster alone? Qin Shuang, Ao, Tang, Ao Ling, and the others did not expect this either. Their hearts swiftly sank. Besides the 3 Dao realm ancient cultivators, the strongest person in Dao Chang True World was only an immortal emperor. How were they supposed to face the disaster of the world? Gu Wang had expected this a long time ago, so his expression did not change. The Alliance leader has his own plans. This is a disaster that the Dao Chang True World must go through. As living beings of Dao Chang True World, how can you leave everything to others? How are you going to grow then? When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of anger in his tone, as if he hated the fact that the Dao Chang True World did not fight. When the people in the hall saw this, they no longer said anything. Some of them even looked ashamed. When they thought about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. They relied too much on the powerful and lacked the vigilance to be prepared for danger in times of peace. If this continued, it was indeed not suitable for the Dao Chang True World to become prosperous and strong. This disaster was perhaps a test and trial for all of them. Could it be that they were truly counting on Gu Chang'e to save them from this disaster? Since ancient times, heroes have always been born in troubled times. Since the Alliance leader has his own plans, then we will naturally obey. The leaders of the various races in the hall looked at each other and spoke. They decided that once they returned, they would deal with the disaster. Wine, Sword Immortal, and Abyss nodded as well. They represented a great power behind them, and most of the time their opinions could affect the outcome of a discussion. However, in the face of the impending calamity, they shared the same thoughts as Gu Wang. Then, Guowang talked to the group about the current situation in Dao Chang True World. He asked about the strength of the younger generation, middle-aged and young generation, as well as the powerful warriors who had returned from ancient times. He had a general idea of what was going on. During this period of time, many ancient powerhouses had returned. They had either gone through reincarnation, awakened their original memories, or came back from the dead. In short, there were all kinds of bizarre ways of returning. However, their strength levels were not uniform. The stronger ones were at the quasi-immortal emperor realm, while the weaker ones were at the threshold of the immortal king realm. In the current Dao Chang True World, those above immortal king realm were considered to be the peak of power, while those who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, who were those who had achieved Dao and those who were true immortals, were considered to be the cornerstones of humanity. Relatively speaking, there was not a lack of top-notch battle prowess and mainstays. The only thing that was lacking was Dao realm ancient cultivators. This was the foundation and confidence that allowed a true world to gain a foothold in the vast expanse. That was why all the orthodoxies had gathered their gazes on Wang Wushang, the Dao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance, hoping that he could become the next Dao realm existence. I heard that the Dao disciple is about to reach the immortal emperor realm. I don't know if that's true or not. The last time I heard about him, I only heard that he had become an immortal king. In just a few short decades, he's about to become an immortal emperor. That speed is too terrifying. This news hasn't been confirmed yet, but even if he's not an immortal emperor, he's at least a quasi-immortal emperor. After all, the Alliance Master gave him a divine item called the Primordial Root. It caused an incredible phenomenon, and even Senior Ming tried to fight for it. However, for some reason, it was left unsettled. Looks like the Dao disciple is highly regarded by the Alliance Master. He poured resources from all the races to help him grow, and he even gave him divine items. I reckon that he might have personally guided him or even given him cultivation methods when we weren't aware of it. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he's the future hope of the Dao Chang True World. We're still counting on him to bring us through the disaster and usher in glory. When Wang Wushang's name was mentioned, the leaders of the various races in the hall began to discuss him in low voices. They were filled with amazement, regret, and fear. Wang Wushang was the successor of the true mountain and sea world, the Dao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, and Gu Chang'e highly regarded him. Even the great figures in charge of ancient Dao orthodoxies like them had to be respectful when facing Wang Wushang. They didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. During this period of time, Wang Wushang had also nurtured quite a number of henchmen. He had quite a number of followers among the younger generation and middle-aged generation. For example, there were quite a number of young people in the hall who were going to be in charge of Dao orthodoxies in the future, but they were currently following Wang Wushang. The Dao Chang True World might seem peaceful on the surface, but in truth, there were also conflicts between the various races and forces in the dark. At that moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Wushang was very likely to become Gu Chang'e's successor in the future, and he would truly be in charge of a true world. He had yet to grow up, and his wings had yet to fully develop, but he already had the power to cover the sky with one hand. When Gu Chang'e had given him the root of primordial chaos, Ming had seemed to be rather interested in it and wanted to borrow it to take a look. However, Wang Wushang had not given him any face and had coldly rejected him. Even if he was facing one of the only 3 ancient Dao realm cultivators in the Dao Chang True World, he didn't care and didn't give him any face. This made Ming very displeased, and he had almost attacked Wang Wushang to teach him a lesson. In the end, Gu Wuang had appeared and mediated between them, calming Ming down. Due to this matter, Wang Wushang was once again pushed to the center of the storm in the Dao Chang True World, and the leaders of the various races were deeply terrified. With Gu Chang'e supporting him from behind, even in the face of a Dao realm ancient cultivator, Wang Wushang dared to provoke him. This was his current terrifying power. Due to this matter, Wang Wushang's reputation also reached a certain peak. After the leaders of the various races and sects discussed this matter, they sent their disciples to get close to Wang Wushang. However, the ancient Dao realm cultivator Ming, who originally only had a normal relationship with Wang Wushang, also found him to be an eyesore because of this matter. Ming was a person from the era of the innate legends, and he could be considered to be one of the oldest people in the Dao Chang true world. Becoming enemies with him was the same as becoming enemies with the powerful warriors from the era of the innate legends. For example, the first Dragon Clan and the first Phoenix Clan didn't like Wang Wushang. This was not the only thing the root of primordial chaos had brought about. Wang Wushang had paid a heavy price in order to protect this divine object all these years. Just as the powerful warriors of the various races in the hall were discussing this matter, Guwang seemed to have sensed something and cast a slightly surprised glance at the entrance of the hall. Ming let out a cold harumph, and displeasure appeared on his face. The wine-sword immortal's expression did not change. He sat on the rocking chair in the hall and occasionally gave a few orders to his disciple Wang Xiaoniu. Then he picked up the wine gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls. "Lord Dao Child has arrived!" At that moment, a guard in golden armor with a heavenly blade by his waist rushed over and shouted at the entrance of the hall. When they heard this, the expressions of many of the powerful warriors in the hall changed slightly. Many of them could not help but cast their gazes towards the entrance of the hall. This Wang Wushang sure is powerful. He really thinks that he's the master of the Dao Chang true world. He came here to discuss something important. But not only is he late by an hour, he's also making such a big fuss. It's as if he's afraid that no one will know that he's here. Xin Xian, who was following beside Ming, had a tense expression on her face. No matter what, Ming was her master. As his disciple, it was only natural that she would feel uncomfortable when Wang Wushang humiliated him. It was a pity that she was not strong enough and could not help her master vent his anger. Wang Wushang might have great power in the Dao Chang true world, and no one dared to provoke him. But Xin Xian was not simple. But Shen Xian's identity was not simple. Her master was a Dao realm ancient cultivator Ming. In terms of blood relations, Gu Chang'e was her cousin. That was why Wang Wushang did not dare to do anything to her. When they heard Xin Xian's words, Ao, Tang Ao Ling, and the others shook their heads and smiled wryly. They did not dare to say such words at the moment. Chen Shuang, Luo Yanqi, and the others did not say anything. They only frowned and looked outside the hall. A young man in white with a tall and straight figure walked over. His face was very handsome, and there was a golden light at the center of his brows, which added to his mysteriousness and nobility. His hair seemed to be flowing with light, and his every move was filled with a great presence. It was as if he was the center of all the worlds in the universe. He controlled the laws and operated the heavenly Tao. He was like a young immortal emperor who ruled the world. He was the current Tao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, Wang Wushang. Many people could even see some of Gu Chang'e's shadow from his clothes. Regardless of whether Wang Wushang was deliberately imitating him or becoming like this because of Gu Chang'e's influence, the people could not help but sigh in their hearts. In just a few short decades, the successor of an immortal king family in the immortal region had now become someone who looked down on all living beings in the world and looked down on ancient Tao realm cultivators. There were many figures following behind Wang Wushang, and there was no lack of quasi-immortal emperors among them. Their figures were very blurry, and they were shrouded in chaotic fog as if they were standing in another world. "Greetings, everyone!" "Greetings, Senior Wu Wang, Senior Ming, Senior Wine Sword Immortal. I was delayed by some matters on the way, so I'm a little late. I hope you don't mind." Wang Wushang was Ni Qin. He looked around the hall and stopped for a moment on many people's faces before he smiled and explained with cupped fists. His attitude was rather friendly. Ming was expressionless and did not pay attention to him. Wine Sword Immortal was the same. Only Gu Wang nodded slightly and told him not to be so courteous. and Aichin did not mind. With his current power, there was indeed no need for him to care about anyone's feelings. At present, only Guwang was in charge of the Daochang true world, and Guchanga was just a shopkeeper who had not appeared for a few decades. This could not be better for Aichin. He could not wait for Guchanga to completely disappear. Then, the Daochang true world would no longer have any power that could threaten him, and he would be able to possess this true world without worry. Over the past few years, due to the root of primordial chaos, Aichin did not have much time to possess the Daochang true world. He could only slowly nibble away at it step by step. His cultivation base was also increasing at a terrifying speed. The primordial root was indeed a divine item that Guchanga had spent a lot of effort to refine. The primordial aura that was refined contained the purest essence of Tao, and from it, one could understand many of the profound truths of the immortal realm. Besides that, there was an indistinct space-time domain around the root of primordial chaos that could distort the flow of time. With the root of primordial chaos, one could achieve twice the result with half the effort. With the help of this divine item, Aichin naturally did not disappoint, and his cultivation base had long since broken through to quasi-immortal emperor. He was preparing to ignite his immortal emperor light and become an immortal emperor in one go. Once he broke through, he would be able to recover his peak strength and carry out his final plan. The arrival of Wang Wushang caused the atmosphere in the hall to become slightly strange. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that 2 of the 3 ancient Tao realm cultivators did not like Wang Wushang very much. Only the Vice Alliance leader, Guwang, maintained the situation. He talked about various countermeasures to deal with the disaster, and he would symbolically ask for Wang Wushang's opinion. There was no enmity between Aichin and Guwang at the moment, so he did not have much to say. He just did as Guwang instructed. Speaking of which, Aichin's luck was extraordinary. Over the years, he had gathered many forces, and even had some races born in the primordial chaos under his command. Among the followers behind him, there were several terrifying existences with the presence of quasi-immortal emperors. These beings were born in the depths of the primordial chaos, and they were comparable to innate races like the primordial dragon, primordial phoenix, primordial qilin, and so on. They were extremely powerful. At the end of the discussion, Guwang gave out a lot of orders and waited for the leaders of the various races to return. Next, they only needed to use all their strength to deal with the disaster. However, at that moment, Guwang, Ming, and the Wine Sword Immortal raised their heads and looked at the sky outside the hall as if they had sensed something. An extremely powerful existence has descended beyond the vast expanse. His presence is not weaker than yours or mine. He might not have good intentions. They sensed an incomparably powerful and ancient divine was sweeping through the area beyond Daochang True World, as if it wanted to investigate the truth of the true world. At that instant, their expressions changed, and they were about to step into the air to investigate. The people in the hall who had yet to leave were also shocked by this sudden scene. Even Aichin was shocked, and a slight uneasiness rose in his heart. At the same time, an astonishing anomaly appeared in an extremely remote and uncivilized region in the higher world. There were hills, ravines, and mountain ranges all around. Many places were filled with thick fog that blocked out the sun, making the place appear extremely dark. This was a forbidden land known as the Heavenly Tomb. It did not exist in any dimension or dimension. However, at that moment, the ground was continuously cracking. Many cracks appeared, and a chaotic aura surged out of them, distorting light, space, and time. We're finally leaving that accursed place. A big red bird flapped its wings. It was very fast, and it was the first to rush out of the cracks. At the same time, it did not forget to call out. Chapter 976. The earth cracked, and streaks of divine light shot out from all directions. The mountains shook as if there was an earthquake. Around this area, time and space seemed to be distorted. The laws of heaven and earth no longer existed. I can finally see the sun. I don't have to stay in that damned place anymore. The big red bird flapped its wings and shouted excitedly. It rushed out from a wide crack. Although this place was a bit dark, it was still possible to see some sunlight. It was not completely dark. It was very excited. Its voice was that of a young girl, giving off an extremely crisp feeling. During this period of time, when they stayed in the depths of the heavenly tomb, there were gloomy black clouds drifting everywhere. The world was dusky without any light. It was like the legendary netherworld. Many places still had traces of a great battle. The earth was cracked and a corner was missing from time to time. Many areas were full of potholes, full of blood lakes that had not dried up. A thick, baleful aura pervaded the air. It couldn't wait any longer and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it couldn't find a suitable place in time. And just as the big red bird was shouting excitedly, a slender figure also turned into a divine rainbow and rushed out from a crack. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her appearance was peerless. She was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a country. Her every movement carried with it a celestial aura. The young girl's facial features were picturesque. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her waist was slender. She wore a light blue long dress with wide sleeves. She was like a fairy of the moon, otherworldly and otherworldly. I thought you were going to continue cultivating in there. The big red bird looked at this young girl. It flapped its wings and landed on her shoulder, combing its feathers while it was at it. Gu Xian narrowed her eyes. She seemed to be a bit unaccustomed to the glaring sunlight of the outside world. Her white and slender hands were as delicate as jade as they blocked her eyes. I've cultivated in the depths of the heavenly tomb for so long. There's no point in staying here any longer. It's time to leave and return to the outside world. She shook her head and replied, in the 16 heavenly tombs, she obtained many of the opportunities left behind by her first life. She even refined the essence of those heavens that were once buried. Gu Xian's current cultivation had already reached an unfathomable level. However, she had never truly fought with anyone before, so she wasn't sure how strong she was now. That's right. Back then, when you wanted to take the risk and enter the heavenly tomb, I advised you for a long time. But fortunately, you were lucky and weren't affected by the distracting thoughts in the heavenly tomb. You should know that those fallen heavens were once refined into heavenly incarnations by some experts. They contain all sorts of distracting thoughts. If you're not careful, you'll trigger a heart demon and your Tao will be destroyed. The big red bird nodded. When it mentioned this matter, it still had some lingering fear. In this trip to the heavenly tomb, Gu Xian had indeed encountered the most terrifying danger since he was born. He had almost lost his life, and even his flame of life had almost been extinguished. Although Gu Changa had given her many precious, life-saving treasures, they were of no use during that calamity. In the end, Gu Xian had to burn his immortal bones and use his lifespan as firewood to undergo the third nirvana and comprehend the essence of life. Only then did he barely make it through. However, this third nirvana also helped Gu Xian to successfully comprehend the power of life, reincarnation, and master fate, life and death. Later on, he even condensed the immortal King Tao fruit in one fell swoop. Now, the heavenly essence that she had absorbed had yet to be completely refined. Gu Xian estimated that once she completely refined it, she would have a chance to reach the peak of the immortal king realm and try to condense the quasi-immortal emperor light. Actually, there was another benefit in the heavenly tomb. The flow of time in the heavenly tomb was chaotic compared to the outside world. In some places, the flow of time was very fast, and in some places, the flow of time was very slow. Gu Xian had spent several years just to undergo the third nirvana. While Gu Xian and the big red bird were conversing, the crack in the heavenly tomb behind them was slowly closing. The heavenly tomb would only appear at certain times and places. Normally, no matter how one searched, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of it. It's time to go. I wonder how the outside world has been all these years. That guy, Gu Changa, what is he doing now? Gu Xian. I had a longing look on her face. Before the big red bird could react, she grabbed it and tore open the space in front of her. She stepped into the heavenly tomb. With her current cultivation, she could easily tear open the universe and traverse the void. The upper realm might be vast, but she could return to the region where the divine nation was originally located in a few breaths' time. Gu Xian also used her divine sense to check the current situation in various places. She was stunned when she received the news. It turned out that after she went to the heavenly tomb, the upper realm had undergone tremendous changes. Even the immortal realms and the other realms had completely merged with the upper realm. I didn't expect so many things to happen. Gu Xian fell silent. She didn't go to the divine nation immediately. According to the news, the divine nation and the heavenly court had merged into the heavenly alliance. Therefore, she first went to the Peach Village in the forsaken immortal land based on her memory. Back then, Gu Changa had used his great magic power to move the forsaken immortal land to the boundary near the divine nation. It wasn't far from where she was now. Soon, Gu Xian walked out of the void. She smiled when she saw the familiar Peach Village. The changes in the Peach Village weren't that great, but after 100 years, some of the children had become grandfathers and grandchildren. Her masters were all cultivators with powerful cultivation bases. Due to the drastic changes in the environment, their cultivation bases had increased by quite a bit. However, the peach tree outside the Peach Village wasn't as colorful as before. Many parts of it showed signs of withering and no longer bloomed. Yao Yao, on the other hand, was still the little girl she used to be, following the elders in the village. However, she would occasionally come to the outskirts of the village and sit on the stone stool. She supported her chin and looked into the distance, as if waiting for someone to come. She looked like a child, but there was a melancholy and disappointment that didn't match her age. Sister Tao Yao, Gu Xian, didn't appear immediately. Instead, she stood outside the village for a long time. With her current cultivation, even if she walked in front of the masters, they wouldn't notice her arrival. However, she didn't sense Tao Yao's aura here. The peach tree seemed to have aged from the inside. There were signs of decay. Gu Xian couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that Tao Yao's aura had completely disappeared many years ago. What happened? Why did Sister Tao Yao's aura disappear from the Peach Village? There's no trace of her in this world. With Sister Tao Yao's strength, it shouldn't be like this. Gu Xian frowned. She used her magic to calculate, trying to find any trace of Tao Yao's aura. However, no matter how she calculated, the final result was that Tao Yao seemed to have really evaporated from this world. She didn't exist in any space or time. To Gu Xian, Tao Yao was like her elder sister, but also like her master. When she was young, Tao Yao often gave her pointers. She taught her cultivation and cultivation methods. It could be said that Tao Yao was one of the closest people to her. Why is it like this? Why is Sister Tao Yao gone? Gu Xian's heart was filled with joy of reunion, but it immediately dimmed. She stood in place for a long time before she appeared and walked towards the Peach Village. Yao Yao, who was at the entrance of the village, was originally listless. However, the moment she raised her head, she saw Gu Xian. At first, she thought that she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes. Sister Xian. When she saw that it was really Gu Xian, the little girl's eyes immediately curved. She jumped down from the stone block and shouted happily. Hearing her voice, many villagers in the Peach Village were alarmed and rushed out of the village. The village chief, who was getting older and older, was holding a walking stick. When he saw Gu Xian, he seemed to be relieved. It seems that guy didn't lie to Xian. The old village chief shook his head. A smile appeared on his face, and he walked out of the village. All these years, Gu Xian or was not in the Peach Village. However, her sister, Shen Xian, would come to visit them from time to time. Gradually, they became familiar with each other. When Shen Xian left the Tianlan realm and traveled around the upper realm, she naturally came to the place where her sister, Gu Xian lived since she was young. From Shen Xian's words, the villagers learned that Gu Xian had been trapped in a certain place and was not in danger. However, this information was obtained from Gu Chang'e by Shen Xian. It was inevitable that Gu Xian's masters were worried. After all, no matter what, Gu Chang'e was still an outsider in their eyes. They could not really trust him. In addition, the various universes and races were afraid of Gu Chang'e. Therefore, sometimes it was inevitable that some people would have some bad guesses. Village Chief Master Yao Yao, a smile appeared on Gu Xian's face. Her footsteps were much lighter as she reunited with the others. Although she was worried about Tao Yao, she did not show it. In the eyes of the villagers, she would always be the innocent and kind girl who would make the people around her smile. She did not want to bring these negative emotions to the villagers. On the ancient warship in the true spiritual ruins world, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged on a soft couch. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Below him, Ancestor King Bai Gu, Wanyan Xiu, and the others stood respectfully as if they were waiting for his orders. The Dawn True World might have been alerted. I didn't expect that there would be so many powerful warriors in this true world. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently. His tone was calm, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to Ancestor King Bai Gu and the others. Wanyan Xiu and the others were shocked. They did not dare to reply. It was impossible for them to cross hundreds of millions of spaces in an instant and sweep through a supreme, true world with their thoughts. The laws of the universe in the supreme true world would not allow them to do so. Gu Chang'e did not pay any attention to them. A contemplative look appeared in his eyes. If he were to calculate the distance in the vast expanse, then the Dawn True World was hundreds of millions of light years away from this place, and that was not counting the various dimensions and alternate spaces in between. Gu Chang'e could only capture a vague outline of the vast expanse based on the coordinates Wanyan Xiu had given him. At the instant his thoughts descended, the strongest warriors in the Dawn True World noticed him and became alert. This supreme true world, sure, has a lot of resources. It's a pity that they have a quasi-753 preparedness and will come up with a lot of countermeasures beforehand. Looks like I can't be too hasty. I have to eat slowly. I can't eat too much in one go. Gu Chang'e gave up on the idea of attacking the Dawn True World. First of all, the distance between them was simply too great, and the power of the true spiritual ruins world was still far from enough to deal with the many losses he would suffer along the way. Second of all, with his current strength, he could completely ignore the 7th and 8th blights, which were the ancient cultivators in the ancestral Tao realm. However, it would still be a little troublesome to deal with the existences in the 9th blight who were about to transcend. In fact, he might even cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The great showdown had yet to descend, which was why there was no need for him to consider many things related to the origin world. However, the vast expanse world did not lack some old bastards who had been hiding for many eons. Gu Chang'e did not want to screw up because of this and expose some of his secrets beforehand. After all, his current body did not possess the full power of the Devil Lord when he walked the world. Gu Chang'e had only refined the drop of true blood and absorbed a lot of his cultivation base, skipping the complicated process in between. In other words, he had absorbed the Devil Lord's power of essence, which was why he had his current strength. The true Devil Lord's body had been destroyed a long time ago after the True Mountain and Sea World's Aeon disaster. That was why, after he returned to being immortal, Gu Chang'e had been paving the way for another path. How many warriors does the true spiritual ruins world behind your race have that can be used for battle? Gu Chang'e collected his thoughts and asked Wanyan Xiu. Wanyan Xiu was slightly stunned. He might be the grand ancestor of the spiritual ruins race, but he had never asked about these matters. He had always been cultivating and taking it upon himself to break through to a higher realm. Besides, when the true spiritual ruins world was about to dry up, he had left his home and traversed the vast expanse with many experts of his race. It had been a long time since he had contacted his people in the true spiritual ruins world. This time, if Guchanga had not appeared, they would have already descended to the new true spiritual ruins world and started the great ritual to summon the true spiritual ruins world behind them. They would then devour this world and obtain new life. My lord, I do not know about this. You can only ask the current ruler of our race. She will probably know. Wan Yanxiu answered respectfully. The experts in the ancestral lands were all people with astonishing seniority in the royal family of the spiritual ruins world. They spent most of their time cultivating and rarely asked about the matters of their race. Only when it involved some important matters would they show themselves and pass down orders to their subordinates so that they could do as they were told. Chapter 977. Once Wan Yanxiu finished answering, he used his eyes to signal the other members of the progenitor generation behind him to go down and bring the current emperor of the royal family of the spiritual ruins. In truth, forget about how many warriors the true spirit ruins world had. Even Wan Yanxiu himself did not know how many people were left in the true spirit ruins world. However, the true spirit ruins world had quite a number of ancient worlds attached to it, and each of them had many races and living beings. There was no lack of powerful warriors among them. Even though they were definitely not in Dao realm, there were definitely more than enough to be warriors who fought in various places. Sir, if you need me, I will give the order and have my people gather all the warriors, Wan Yanxiu said respectfully. Guchanga nodded. He had indeed planned to do so. After all, the true Dao Chang world was just a new true world. It was impossible for it to compare to an ancient true world like the true spirit ruins world. At the very most, there were only 3 ancient cultivators in Dao realm. There were very few immortal emperors among them. They would need to be at least immortal kings to fight in the vast expanse. In this sort of war, those below immortal king realm could only be cannon fodder and would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Besides the true spirit ruins world, there was another civilization that had set their sights on the true Dao Chang world. When Guchanga left the true Dao Chang world, he did not pay any attention to them. By the looks of it, since they were wary of attacking from afar, he could only choose to attack their neighboring civilizations. When the time came, he would be able to draw a rough blueprint and use the true worlds as a springboard to invade and occupy the vast expanse in one go. If that was the case, the Heaven Crusading Alliance that he had established would come into play. Otherwise, before the final showdown arrived, the power in Guchanga's hands would not be enough to cause the origin world to feel threatened. When Wan Yanxiu saw that Guchanga had such a plan, he understood and started recruiting warriors. By the looks of it, he was planning to launch a large-scale campaign against the other true worlds. All of you leave. When he thought about it, Guchanga waved his hand and had Wan Yanxiu and the others leave. The ancient warship that was moving through the vast expanse changed its route under his orders and headed to the region where the true Dao Chang world was located. With Guchanga's current strength, nothing that happened in Dao Chang true world, no living being and no cultivator's fate could be hidden from him. However, he did not intend to interfere. The Dao Chang true world was already developing in the direction of his destiny. If he interfered at this time, then the many tricks that Guchanga had laid down before would be useless. The people with great kismet artificially carried the Dao Chang true world's kismet. Before the arrival of the great disaster, it was the best time for them to transform and train themselves. The Tao of Heaven was to take away what was in excess to make up for what was in deficiency. The Tao of Man was to take away what was in deficiency to make up for what was in excess. Guchanga's was the will of the Dao Chang true world's heavenly Tao. If all lives were strong, then his will of the heavenly Tao would naturally be stronger as well. This was a process where both sides complemented each other. On the other side, the current spirit emperor of the spiritual Mound royal family was out on patrol in plain clothes. She was temporarily staying in one of her residences in the mortal world. The environment of this courtyard was very quiet and secluded. There was a small bridge overflowing water, and it was elegant and peaceful. It would not be disturbed by outsiders. Miss, there is news from the palace. The progenitors want you to meet them. They say that they have something to ask you. The Spirit Emperor leaned against the soft couch with a slightly languid expression on her face. Occasionally, she would bring out a few precious immortal fruits from the crystal, jade, plate beside her and put them into her mouth. When she heard the report from the maidservant below her, she immediately raised her eyebrows. It was rare for her to leave the palace, and it had only been a few days, but the progenitors already had something to arrange for her. This caused slight displeasure to appear on her face. The Spirit Emperor did not show much respect or fear towards the progenitors of the spiritual mound race. She only asked calmly, "Did they say what it was?" The maidservant below her asked respectfully, "They didn't say what it was. It's just that the news suddenly came from the palace. The progenitors still don't know that you left the palace, miss, and they don't know what it is that they have to ask you about." When the Spirit Emperor heard this, she put down the immortal fruit in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly. Slight surprise rose in her heart. Why would they suddenly look for me for no reason? Could it be that they want to push the blame on me again? Usually when I look for them for something, all of them refuse to do it. They can't wait to throw all the trivial matters to me. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction and deep resentment. The maidservants did not dare to say anything. Although they were the Spirit Emperor's trusted aides, it was not their place to say anything about the enmity between the progenitors and the Spirit Emperor. Be it the Spirit Emperor or the progenitors, they were all people with extraordinary means. With a thought, they could tell what they were thinking. Forget it. What a bummer. The Spirit Emperor shook her head and got up from the soft couch. Currently, she was still not the true ruler of the spiritual mound race and could only be considered as a puppet. She did not dare to truly go against the progenitors. Earlier on, she tried to use her Tao arts to deduce what the progenitors wanted, or whether this trip was auspicious or inauspicious. However, the result was hazy and filled with fog and unknown. This made the Spirit Emperor feel a little uneasy. If it was a small matter, why would it be so unpredictable? I'm afraid it's not the progenitors who want to see me, but that mysterious young man? But why does he want to see me? The Spirit Emperor was puzzled and could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, from the situation, that mysterious young man was a person that the progenitors were incomparably wary and fearful of. Even the white bone ancestor king, who had boarded the ship a while ago, had become obedient. Oh, right, where is that fellow called Chu Lien now? At this moment, the Spirit Emperor suddenly thought of something and asked. She had been in contact with this guy who seemed to be a variable for some time, but she still could not see anything special about him. However, in order to be absolutely sure, the Spirit Emperor still sent people to secretly observe Chu Lien's whereabouts and actions. Miss, after Chu Lien separated from us, he first went to the Wuji mountain range and stayed there for half a day, but we did not see him do anything. After that, he went to the 100 Break ruins and the ancient city of absolute frost. We also did not see him do anything. It seems that he only stayed there for some time. The maidservant replied, also somewhat puzzled. Wuji mountain range, 100 Break ruins, ancient city of absolute frost? What did he go to those places for? The Spirit Emperor frowned. She made a slight calculation with her hand, and a blurry river of all things rose up behind her. Waves surged, and ripples of the Grand Tao arose. Numerous miraculous scenes appeared within the river, and they illuminated the surroundings. There is nothing special about those places. The Wuji mountain range does indeed have a treasure called the Wuji Bell, but it has not been taken away. In the 100 Break ruins, there is the 100 forging method left behind by an expert of the Ghost Axe clan, but it is also in the same place and has not been taken away. the ancient city of Absolute Frost, the main city of the Frost clan. But this clan has already disappeared many years ago, and there are not many clansmen left. I did not expect that there would be a pearl of absolute frost left, but that pearl of absolute frost was not taken away by him. She became more and more puzzled. She could not deduce Chu Lien's fate, nor could she deduce why he went to those places. But the Spirit Emperor was sure that Chu Lien was hiding some secret. Forget it. Continue to pay attention to that guy's actions. If there is any movement, report to me immediately. As for that guy's background, investigate it carefully. The Spirit Emperor waved her hand, dismissing the maidservant. She had to find out Chu Lien's secret. This was the key to Chu Lien becoming a variable. As for why she did not capture Chu Lien, search his soul and find out everything, because the Spirit Emperor was not sure what the source of Chu Lien's variable was, and whether it would be dangerous if she attacked directly. The more one knew about variables, the more one would understand how terrifying they were. They were existences that transcended fate and could even lead to unseen tribulations. For example, if she attacked Chu Lien forcefully, would it directly cause her heavenly human tribulation to descend earlier? These variables were all uncertain factors. The Spirit Emperor quickly returned to the palace, changed into her usual phoenix robes, and went to the ancestral hall to greet the group of ancestors with the majesty of an emperor. Wanyan Xiao, Ancestor King Baigu, and the group of ancestors of the spiritual ruins were waiting outside the ancestral hall. Greetings, Grand Ancestor, and all the ancestors. When the Spirit Emperor arrived, she was slightly stunned. She did not expect all the ancestors, including the Grand Ancestor Wanyan Xiao, to be here. She composed herself and bowed respectfully. Wanyan Xiao cast her a glance. In truth, he was quite satisfied with this junior. Spirit Phoenix was the most outstanding woman, blessed by the heavens in the royal family of Spirit Ruins over the eons. The entire royal family of Spirit Ruins had poured a lot of resources into her, and she had successfully entered Tao Realm to rule over the true Spirit Ruins world. However, this trip to the boundless expanse required the strength of the entire clan. Spirit Emperor was a Tao Realm cultivator, so she was brought along as well. How many warriors are there on the Spiritual Ruins battleship now? Wanyan Xiao did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Before the Spirit Emperor came, she had already guessed many possibilities, but she was still slightly stunned when she heard this question. Moreover, this was a question from the Grand Ancestor. Didn't that mean that he was planning to recruit an army to descend to the battlefield? Grand Ancestor, there are currently 8 greater realms, 32 middle realms, 624 minor realms, and several other minor realms. There are a total of 3,600 ancient races, and each ancient race has several races under their control. It is difficult to accurately count. There are more than 8 million beings in the immortal realm and above. The Spirit Emperor pondered for a moment before replying. She only had a vague idea of how many there were, but she was not very clear about the exact number. In the past, no one had seriously counted them. However, the Spirit Emperor estimated that there should be around 10 million immortal realm beings on the Spiritual Ruins battleship. Greater realms were universes that were just a step away from transforming into true worlds. They had vast resources, and the number of experts they could nurture was naturally not something other worlds could compare to. In the past, when the Spiritual Ruins world had mobilized the entire race to traverse the vast expanse, they had spent a lot of effort to bring along the 8 greater realms. When Wanyan Xiao and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised. They did not expect that the people they had brought would have developed to such an extent after so many eons had passed. There are more than 8 million beings in the immortal realm and above. At that moment, Gu Changa's voice suddenly came from the ancestral hall. Along with the sound of footsteps, a tall and slender young figure appeared before the Spirit Emperor. "My lord!" Wanyan Xiao, Ancestor King Whitebone, and the others were shocked. They did not expect that Gu Changa would appear. They bowed respectfully. Gu Changa waved his hand, and his gaze landed on the Spirit Emperor. If what the woman said was true, then the 8 million immortal realm beings were a terrifying force that could not be ignored. Even if the current Dao Chang true world included all the cultivators and living beings from various space-time continuums and universes, they might not be able to gather 1 million immortal realm beings. This was the foundation of an ancient true world, and it was one that had just touched the threshold. Yes, my lord. Right now, there are at least 8 million existences in the immortal realm and above. The Spirit Emperor was stunned for a moment before she answered. This was the first time she saw Gu Changa's true appearance. Previously, she had only heard some news from the maidservants. She truly did not expect that Gu Changa would look so young. This youth was not due to his appearance, but due to the age of his bones and soul. However, it was this young man who made all the progenitors and ancestor king White Bone treat him with respect and fear. How many existences above the immortal king realm are there? Gu Changa asked again. The Spirit Emperor thought about it for a moment, then gave an answer of between 180. However, she still had to order people to go to the various worlds to calculate the exact number. This answer had already surprised Gu Changa a little. Even when the Dao Chang true world was at its peak, it could not compare to this force. The difference in their foundation was too great. If it was a supreme true world with an ancestral Dao realm cultivator guarding it, its foundation would definitely be even more terrifying. The number of immortal kings might reach up to 1,000 or even more. Before she left the Dao Chang true world, Gu Changa had sensed that there were only around 20 immortal kings alive at that moment. And this was after quite a number of people returned from reincarnation after receiving protection due to Qing Yi's arrangements. Otherwise, the number of immortal kings would be even fewer. With the Dao Chang true world's current strength, it was almost impossible for it to withstand the descent of the true Spirit Ruins world. Chapter 978. Sovereign Ling's answer to Gu Changa made him very satisfied, especially since he knew that there were 8 other Expanse cosmoses on the ancient warship. The Expanse cosmoses were equivalent to the Dao Chang true world's upper realm, immortal region, and foreign Expanse cosmoses. If one were to truly calculate, there were only 2 Expanse cosmoses in the Dao Chang true world. The upper realm and the immortal region were originally on the same side, but due to the Forbidden Era, they had to be separated. As for the foreign Expanse cosmoses, it was a world that was created when the world was born. It was on the same level as the original immortal region. Each Expanse cosmos meant that there were countless universes that overlapped with one another. Roughly speaking, they could be called multiverses. Only Expanse cosmoses had the right to give birth to a power that surpassed a single universe, which was the power of immortal kings and above. Only Expanse cosmoses contained countless possibilities and opportunities. There might even be some existences that could escape fate and karma. The strongest existences that could be born in Expanse cosmoses were not only closely related to that Expanse cosmoses, but also to the level and quality of that Expanse cosmos. The limits of power that a multiverse could contain were naturally many times greater than a single universe. The 8 Expanse cosmoses of the spiritual ruins could definitely help Gu Changa cultivate many powerful warriors that could be used to fight in the coming years. Sovereign Ling had also vaguely guessed Gu Changa's intentions. Her eyes flickered slightly. The progenitors did not tell her anything about Gu Changa's origins. However, since he had asked about the current size of the spiritual ruins army, did it not mean that they were about to embark on the path of war? The spiritual ruins' original plan was to find a new true world and receive the true world behind them so that they could survive the disaster of the true world's decline. She guessed that it was because of Gu Changa's arrival that the progenitors changed their previous decision and gave up on the grand plan that the spiritual ruins' true world had been planning for so many years. Now that they were mobilizing the power of their race to conquer the other true worlds, it was a good idea for the spiritual ruins' royal family. The only thing they did not know was Gu Changa's goal for doing this. Gu Changa did not care about the weird thoughts of the people here. He then asked Wang Yanxiu and the rest to gather the 260 experts under the command of the spiritual ruins to prepare for the battle. Orders flew out from the ancestral hall and quickly spread to the various great 1,000 domains under the rule of the spiritual ruins royal family. Back then, a few Dao realm patriarchs of the mystical ruins royal family had taken action to condense these 8 boundless worlds into their internal space. Apart from that, the mystical ruins royal family also raised hundreds of millions of tribes. These tribes weren't considered strong, but they had enough numbers to provide the mystical ruins royal family with plenty of resources. When these orders pierced through the sky, tore through space and time, and landed in the depths of the greater 1,000 worlds, many ancient existences who were either resting with their eyes closed or meditating in seclusion were awakened. Their auras weren't weak. The weakest was still at the immortal king realm. They each had their own Tao, right, and many disciples. This is the conscription order of the spiritual ruins royal family. This time, they are actually gathering all existences above the immortal realm. Could it be that a war is about to happen? We can't refuse such a big matter. These immortal kings were all shocked, but no one dared to disobey. Although they were immortal kings and could control the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings, in the eyes of immortal emperors and those above the Tao realm, they could destroy them with a flick of their fingers. Each greater 1,000 world was formed by the overlapping of many universes. The galaxy was vast and boundless. In each universe, there was at least one immortal king overseeing it, and the number of true immortal realm cultivators under them was even greater. They were also divided into territories, and everything was orderly. In some of the worlds, there were hundreds of millions of living beings praying day and night to provide the immortal kings with the power of will, wish, power of faith, and other things they needed to cultivate. And this was just the tip of the iceberg of the ancient true world's foundation. For a period of time, the 8 greater 1,000 worlds and 32 middle 1,000 worlds were all stirred up. Rays of divine light stepped through the universe, and a door condensed in the void. Armies in armor and murderous auras that surged into the sky walked out. Wang Yanxiu and the other progenitors of the spiritual ruins also appeared and wrote down orders to summon existences older than immortal kings. Existences like quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors were hidden in even more profound dimensions of time and space. Perhaps no one would be able to find them in the current era. Only ancient Tao realm cultivators could determine their location and whereabouts. Gu Changa did not stay in the ancestral hall. He followed Emperor Ling to the central universe, controlled by the spiritual ruins. The 8 greater 1,000 worlds were vaguely centered around this universe. This was also the most important land of the spiritual ruins imperial family. Many of the spiritual ruins imperial families' most powerful figures were sleeping in the depths. Their strength might not be comparable to the ancestors, but they were extremely profound and unfathomable. Of course, from Wang Yanxiu, Gu Changa also knew that the woman before him was called Ling Huang. She was the only prodigy of the spiritual ruins who had reached the Tao realm in so many eras. In the eyes of the spiritual ruins, she was Emperor Ling Huang, and Huang were the same words. And it also meant that she was the empress of a generation. There was no need to talk about her talent. Anyone who could reach this step was someone with great luck and fortune. At the same time, Ling Huang was also the current empress of the spiritual ruins. She was in charge of ruling the entire world, including the various universes and space-time. She was in charge of many of the complicated matters of the spiritual ruins royal family. From the attitude of Wang Yanxiu and the other progenitors, they had the intention of letting Ling Huang follow him temporarily. Gu Changa and Ling Huang were very clear about their intentions. Beside Gu Changa, ancestor king, White Bone followed. However, he transformed into a hunched old man in black robes, looking like an old servant. At Ancestor King Whitebone's level, his size was the same and he could gather and disperse at will. Not to mention transforming into a black-robed old man. Even if he transformed into 36 different species and living beings, it would be a matter of a thought. In the eyes of such an existence, his appearance was nothing more than a skeleton. There was no difference. As the Empress of the Spiritual Ruins, Ling Huang did not become more natural after leaving the ancestral hall. Instead, she became more reserved. Only when Gu Chang'e asked her some questions would she carefully choose her words and answer. She was very clear about the intentions of the progenitors when they asked her to follow Gu Chang'e. Ling Huang could not help but curse in her heart. These old fogies, seeing that they could not please Gu Chang'e, they changed their plan to make her appear. After all, she was the Empress of the mystical ruins, and her cultivation had reached the Tao realm. In the entire vast expanse, she was considered one of the heavens' favored daughters. Compared to the other patriarchs, she was a very young junior. It was difficult to find a woman who could compare to her. She was pure and beautiful. In the eyes of those Tao realm old fogies, she was the most suitable cauldron and plaything. They would definitely want her to be valued by Gu Chang'e. It would be best if she was taken in as a concubine or something. At that thought, Ling Huang's heart turned colder. She had always known that the progenitors were cold-blooded and cruel and only cared about benefits. However, they could even abandon a girl like her who had a bright future and was already at the Tao realm. In the eyes of those progenitors, was there anything that they could not abandon or tolerate? Although Gu Chang'e could vaguely sense Ling Huang's emotions, he could not be bothered to pry. He had sensed the enmity between this woman and the progenitors of the spiritual ruins from the start. I'm not a scourge. You don't have to be so afraid of me. I'm not interested in you at all, Gu Chang'e said casually. When she heard that, Ling Huang's emotions were in a mess, and she was stunned for a moment. She did not understand what he meant. However, an unnatural expression appeared on her face very soon. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, sir. She didn't expect that she would reveal her thoughts and let Gu Chang'e notice the abnormality just by thinking about it. Tao realm cultivators had already abandoned the so-called spirit will. They only had themselves, not to mention the thoughts in their hearts. Even their existence, past, future, or present, could not be deduced or probed by others. Even the life of a quasi-immortal emperor was shrouded in fog and was difficult to pry into, let alone a Tao realm existence. However, Gu Chang'e said it so directly, causing Ling Huang's expression to turn slightly unnatural. Of course, it also eased her vigilant and tense state of mind, making her less nervous than before. Ling Huang resisted this, not because she thought that Gu Chang'e was good. On the contrary, Gu Chang'e was young and handsome. In terms of appearance, he was naturally the best choice for a husband. However, once she became a concubine, it would mean that her future would stop there. She would be dependent on others and would not be able to advance any further. The proud and arrogant Ling Huang set the end of the Tao realm as her goal. How could she be willing to rely on others and become a subordinate? Moreover, she had made some progress in scheming for the rare treasure on that variable. Once she obtained it, it would definitely allow her to undergo a tremendous change, and she would no longer be restrained by the ancestors. It's not a joke. It's just that I've never been interested in being a concubine. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. A trace of awkwardness appeared in Ling Huang's heart again, and she could not help but blush. She felt ashamed when the matter of being a concubine was mentioned in front of others, especially when there were many confidants she had nurtured in the past. However, since Gu Chang'e had said so, it completely dispelled her worries. Sir, with your cultivation level, I'm sure you naturally look down on my willowy appearance. Just now, I had no choice but to feel sorry for myself. I definitely did not mean to offend you, sir, Ling Huang said. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and did not continue to scold her. He had come to the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins because he wanted to see how the kismet of the royal family of mystical ruins was and compare it to the Tao Chang true world. The 8 expanse cosmoses were like layers of nebulas that rotated around the central universe. Each expanse cosmos was piled up with layers of universes. From the outside, it looked like a life planet that was shrouded in layers of fog. Within the fog were many ribbon-shaped nebulas. Within each nebula were many universes and worlds. They were either grouped together or scattered. The thick kismet was like a surging river that continuously floated and evaporated from these universes and worlds and gathered towards the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins. Such a huge expenditure could only be created by many Tao realm existences refining and maintaining it day and night. The weather has changed. The moon has disappeared and the stars have sunk. This is a sign that the royal family of mystical ruins is about to make a big move. Thanks to the noble ball, I have a hint of the ability to see the truth. Looks like the royal family of mystical ruins can no longer hold themselves back after so many years of planning. Even though it's understandable for them to do this for the sake of the continuation of the true mystical ruins world. They shouldn't use such a method to kill all living beings and cause all the races under the royal family of mystical ruins world to cry out and complain. The Ghost Axe clan and the Heavenly Works clan have fallen from being one of the 10 great clans of the true mystical ruins world to our current pathetic state. I must make the royal family of mystical ruins world pay with blood for this grudge. At that moment, in a certain place in the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins world, Chu Lian stood alone on a desolate mountain peak, calmly looking up at the sky. Many strange phenomena appeared. The stars dimmed, and a shocking blood-red light shot into the sky in the distance. To him, this was the beginning of the decline of the royal family of mystical ruins world's kismet. During this period of time, he had used the noble ball to check in everywhere, allowing him to obtain many benefits. There were also some nature-defying serendipity that allowed his cultivation base to increase greatly. Also, due to the noble ball, no one could see the changes in his cultivation base clearly. Even if those immortal Tao existences appeared before him, they could only see that he was an ordinary living being without much strength. This was once the ancient saint's ruins. It's said that the ancient saint's cave abode is buried here. If I can find the exact location of the cave abode and check in, I can obtain the ancient saint's Tao fruit and the ancient saint's 36 sacred weapons. If I obtain the ancient saint's Tao fruit, I can reach the immortal realm in the shortest time possible. I can also activate the other possibilities of the noble ball and refine the power of wish to gather kismet for my use. Chu Lian mumbled to himself. With a flash, he disappeared from the mountain and began his search. The ancient saints he spoke of were not cultivators in the saint realm. Instead, they were ancient cultivators in the true mystical ruins world who had great serendipity, great blessings, and were greatly indebted to the people. These ancient saints were nourished by the power of wish of the people. Their strength was unfathomable, and they could move freely in various dimensions. Their strength was about the same as that of a Tao realm ancient cultivator. Chapter 979. The ancient sage's cultivation was unfathomable. At the very least, they were existences comparable to the Tao realm. As far as Chu Lian knew, there was actually an even more ancient civilization before the spiritual ruins royal family. The spiritual ruins royal family was actually an outsider. They were once known as the otherworldly demons. They attacked and occupied the world that originally belonged to that civilization. However, he had only seen such rumors in some incomplete ancient books. He wasn't sure if they were true or false. The ancient sage mentioned in the noble ball was an existence that belonged to another civilization. They were worshipped by the heavens and supported by the wishes of the masses. They carried the philosophy of the heavenly Tao. If they complied with the will of the heavens, they would be rewarded. If they disobeyed the will of the heavens, they would be punished. Now, Chu Lian wanted to find the cave abode left behind by the ancient sage and sign in there. He didn't know what method the noble ball used to bestow the ancient sage Tao fruit and the 36 ancient sage weapons to him. This was not something he could consider or think about clearly right now. To him, as long as he could become stronger, he could do whatever he wanted. Why would he care about the reason? Right now, Chu Lian was looking forward to the other function of the noble ball. It was to refine the power of will and the power of providence, condensing a power that could allow him to transform into a powerful force. This was much faster than him simply becoming stronger through signing in. Time passed very quickly. Next, Gu Changa temporarily stayed in the palace of the spiritual ruins royal family. At the same time, he absorbed the power of providence accumulated by the spiritual ruins royal family over countless years and condensed two substances called immortality and creation. The power of providence itself was a near-omnipotent power. Its origin could not be explained clearly. At the same time, it could form all kinds of opportunities and creations. The reign of creation that Gu Changa had bestowed in the Tao Chang true world was also condensed through the power of providence. Creation substance and immortality substance were two extremely special substances. One could evolve into opportunities, while the other could transform the level of life. Just from the literal meaning, the substance of creation was changing at every moment. There was no particular structure of a certain level, which meant that it was infinite. The immortal substance represented the true meaning of immortality. It could not be destroyed, could not be changed, and was eternal. It was the general principle of all substances in the world. It was that. The immortal substance and the creation substance could be understood as the endless changes that extended from the general principle of matter. This change naturally included all tangible and intangible substances, including space-time, time, latitude, nothingness, concepts, and so on. Even those who had transcended beyond the 8th decay, or even the 9th decay, would not be able to truly understand these two substances. Because of the difference in life levels and dimensions, it was destined that they would never be able to truly understand it. They could only try their best to get closer to it. The Tao realm. What was the Tao realm? It was the process of ceaselessly understanding the essence of the Tao. It was the process of birth, nurturing, and existence. Be it the heavenly Tao or the great Tao, they were all restricted within the scope of the Tao. Gu Changa's life form was destined to be different from these creatures. Therefore, he could easily condense these two substances, which pointed to the end, starting and essence of the Tao. He was born with the knowledge and grasp of the things countless cultivators searched for in their entire lives. Those in the Tao realm had to use various methods such as comprehension, cultivation, condensation, and so on before they could make even the slightest bit of progress in this Tao. Gu Changa could use this substance to strengthen himself and return to his peak. However, the condensation process was rather boring and long. It was also a process that required a lot of time. Fortunately, Gu Changa did not have anything to do at that moment. At the same time, the ancient worship from the true spirit ruins world moved through the vast expanse and descended towards the Tao Chang true world's region. In the depths of the vast galaxy, a round worship that looked like a shuttle appeared. It was so huge that it was boundless. It crushed through the vast expanse and continuously approached the Tao Chang true world. It had already landed at the outermost layer surrounded by nebulas. In the depths of the worship, many profound and ancient runic symbols shone brightly. Lightning, flames, and rain of light danced in the air. It was a dazzling sight, as if it was condensing some sort of door. The female figure called Jue Yu was standing in front of the door devoutly at that moment. She seemed to be chanting and explaining something with her mind. Behind this door, a strange scene gradually appeared. In the end, an enormous ball of light flickered incessantly as if it had a life of its own. It surged, contracted, and collapsed. Faintly, the profundities of the birth of life appeared. Who dares disturb my long slumber? A cold and merciless thought tumbled about in the ball of light. The other members of the immortal spirit civilization around the door were all waiting solemnly. Their expressions were also respectful and devout. In the distance were living beings in silver armor and shining all over. They were guarding the door, sternly to prevent anyone from disturbing them. "Grandfather!" Julie looked at the ball of light and also communicated with her mind to send her voice. The immortal spirit civilization behind her was hundreds of millions of light years away from this place. Even if they had the coordinates of the vast expanse, they would still need a long time to reach it. That was why you could not ask the family behind her to help her when the war was about to start in the Dao Chang true world. She remembered the vague sense of fear and uneasiness she had felt previously. In the end, she decided to use the power of her mind to cast a communication technique and contact her grandfather. She wanted to ask him to perform a divination for her and see whether she could capture the vague power of destiny to predict whether her trip would be successful or not. Her grandfather was one of the oldest existences in the family behind her. His strength was unfathomable, and he was skilled in many deductions and divination techniques. He had once captured a river of destiny and created the true substance of destiny from it. Then he placed his mind in the substance of destiny and was known as the Master of Destiny. During the process of contacting her grandfather, she exhausted a lot of her power of the mind. At the same time, she also needed to use an essence. Even Zhuoyu felt her heart ache, but she had to do this to ensure her safety. "So it's my most beloved descendant. Little Zhuoyu, I didn't expect that you would be about to undergo your third soul metamorphosis. The last time I saw you, you were just a small ball of light, not even the size of a fist. Once the Master of Destiny learned that Zhuoyu was the one who had awakened him, his tone became much gentler. However, it was difficult to hide his callousness. He was like an indescribable existence that stood above the clouds and looked down on the fate of all living things. Thanks to you, grandfather, this time I left the family, I obtained a lot of benefits. I traveled through the vast expanse and accidentally found a true world with a seed of the immortal Dao civilization. I can refine immortal substance and essence from it to help me undergo my fourth soul metamorphosis. At that time, I will be comparable to the true Dao realm existences of the immortal Dao civilization." Zhuoyu replied respectfully, although the vast ball of light in front of her belonged to her grandfather's will. She knew that the existence within was not her grandfather who had a blood connection to her. Instead, it was an even more ancient elder of the family. She couldn't even call out his name and didn't know who he was. Her grandfather was a famous genius of their family. He was born with a terrifying power of the mind that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach. His future was limitless, as long as he followed the cultivation method of the immortal Dao civilization. He would definitely be able to undergo a soul metamorphosis in the future and be comparable to the true Dao realm existences of the immortal Dao civilization. And on the day her grandfather came of age, he received the gift of his ancestor. His strength underwent an inconceivable leap, and he directly underwent his first soul metamorphosis. This was the inheritance method of the immortal Dao civilization. Every member of the family, including Zhuoyu, could suddenly experience an explosive increase in strength one day, reaching an inconceivable level. Although this was called accepting the legacy and gift of their ancestor, in reality, it was the ancestor entrusting his spirit to the younger generation, changing the vessel and realizing the true meaning of immortality. This was something Zhuoyu only understood after undergoing his first soul metamorphosis. Ordinary people would only feel proud of it. In order to obtain the legacy and gift of their ancestor, they would continuously work hard to fight for that precious spot, the seed of the immortal Dao civilization. Hearing Zhuoyu's words, the will of the vast ball of light in the resplendent door clearly became more intense. Even though it was separated by endless space and time, a trace of a terrifying soul storm could still be felt. All the members of the immortal Dao civilization, including Zhuoyu, couldn't help but take a few steps back. They felt as if their heads were about to split open and explode. And this was only a trace of the soul storm that leaked out and weakened countless times. Zhuo Yu's respect for his grandfather grew even deeper. With his grandfather's strength, the soul storm he unleashed could easily destroy endless spaces and universes. All living beings would instantly die, their souls withered, and they would be reduced to dust. Yes, I won't hide it from you, grandfather. I suspect that a very terrifying existence once stopped by in that newborn true world and bestowed the seed of the immortal Tao. That's why I'm worried that he might have left something behind. So I would like to ask you to perform a divination for me and predict my future, Zhu Yu said respectfully. This was the shortcoming of the immortal Tao civilization. They could not be like the cultivators of the immortal Tao civilization, who could grasp karma in the unseen world to predict good fortune, and seek luck to avoid disaster. According to what Zhu Yu knew, there was an ancient and powerful civilization that upheld the laws of heaven and developed the Tao of fate to the extreme. The cycle of the Tao of heaven had its own destiny, and that civilization and the Tao of heaven complemented each other. They carried on the cycle of the Tao of heaven and never encountered any disasters. The powerful warriors of that civilization could sense all sorts of changes in the world with a single thought. They could even communicate with the Tao of heaven and receive all sorts of thoughts sent to them by the Tao of heaven. Knowing one's destiny and knowing one's calamity, one could easily calculate and avoid all kinds of calamities and become a true immortal. The immortal Tao civilization had once tried to capture the powerful warriors of that civilization to understand and analyze their abilities, but they failed in the end and paid a heavy price for it. So that's how it is. An existence that can leave behind the seed of the immortal Tao is not someone you can deal with. He might have even noticed you when you were unaware. If he wanted to kill you and completely destroy your soul, it would only take a single thought. The tumbling waves of the vast ball of light behind the door slowly calmed down, as if it was also thinking. Zhuo, you naturally knew that the seed of the immortal Tao civilization was the true origin of the immortal Tao. It contained many mysteries of the immortal Tao and could allow a weak civilization to develop and multiply into an immortal Tao civilization. The seed of the immortal Tao civilization could perfect the laws of heaven and earth, the environment of heaven and earth, and the great Tao of heaven and earth. In short, it could perfect everything that was not suitable for the cultivation of the immortal Tao and evolve a suitable cultivation system, a suitable path and medium for the propagation of the immortal Tao. In the vast expanse, the immortal Tao civilization was without a doubt the most powerful civilization. There was no comparison. If it is a complete civilization of the immortal Tao, then even if I have to pay any price, I must obtain it. It can help me capture and perfect the power of the immortal Tao. If I can extract the true essence of the immortal Tao and refine it into the source of the immortal Tao, then I can transform once more. This was filled with unconcealable greed and ambition. Zhuo, you also understood, but this true world only had the true seed of the immortal Tao. It could not be complete. At most, it was a wisp of ash. However, even if it was just a wisp of ash, it was worth it for her to obtain it at all costs. After a long time, the one behind the door slowly calmed down and said, "You will not be able to find the true seed of the immortal Tao. However, even if it is just a wisp of ash, it is still a great opportunity for you. I have already divined for you, just now. That true world is very weak and does not have any power that can threaten you. You can go without worry. Do not disturb my slumber." After this wave was transmitted, the dazzling light behind the door slowly disappeared. Then the door quickly closed, and the terrifying pressure that enveloped this place completely dissipated. Everyone from the immortal spirit civilization, including Zhuo Yu, sighed in relief, the pressure in their hearts disappearing. "Men, gather the army. Prepare to follow me into battle at any time." With her grandfather's accurate answer, the doubt in Zhuo Yu's heart was completely dispelled. She immediately ordered her people to gather the army. This round, ancient worship belonged to the immortal spirit civilization. Its interior was made of rare spatial mother gold, and there were large and small concave walls carved into it. Inside each concave wall was a boundless world that housed many battle tribes that could be used by the immortal spirit civilization. After the orders were passed down, they quickly fell into these worlds. Immediately, the roars of billions of terrifying beings could be heard. There were heart demons who looked like humans and ancient demons who looked like alien races. They had excellent armor, and their steeds roared at the sky. Murderous auras surged into the sky. These beings appeared in the air and gathered in that world. Banners fluttered in the wind, and their fighting spirit surged into the sky. Once Shua Yu gave the order, a shadow appeared on the crystal wall before her. The Dao Chang true world in front of her grew closer. It was like an oval-shaped egg lying in the vast expanse. It was surrounded by endless fog, and it seemed to be filled with an astonishing amount of life, force, and kismet. Looks like you haven't noticed? But even if you did, what can you change? A cruel, cold smile appeared on Zhuoyu's flat, featureless face. Chapter 980. The area of Peach Village was not considered large. It only covered an area of a few dozen miles. All along, there were less than 100 families. The oldest children in the village were 7 or 8 years old. The younger ones were still drinking beast milk and learning simple qi cultivation techniques from the adults in the village. Even if they did not become cultivators in the future, they could still strengthen their bodies and enter the mountains and forests to hunt. They would all sit cross-legged on a square of bluestone and face the sunrise, inhaling and exhaling the morning glow. The current environment here was extremely good. The mountains were clear, the water was clear, and the green grass was fragrant. The lake in the distance was emerald green. Many spiritual birds were drinking by the lake. There were also some Pegasus with snow-white hair. They appeared in groups and lowered their heads to drink from the lake. It was a peaceful scene of a paradise. Gu Xian changed her clothes. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was very otherworldly, like a fairy who was not tainted by the mortal world. Although she liked the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that Gu Changa bought with her very much and always wore it, she had put it away now. During the time in the heavenly tomb, she had grown a little taller. The wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that was originally suitable for her no longer fit her. This bluestone is still here. Gu Xian found a bluestone that was almost half the size of a person by the lake. She jumped lightly and jumped on it. Then she lightly bounced. A hint of joy appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. When she was cultivating as a child, she often sat on this bluestone, inhaling and exhaling the morning glow of the sun and moon. She would sit there for several days. To Gu Xian, this was like an old friend. She did not expect that after so many years, this bluestone was still here, majestic and unmoving. Yao was like a little adult. She put her hands behind her back and followed behind Gu Xian. Seeing her like this, she wrinkled her little nose and said, "Big sister Xian, you are always like this. No wonder Master always says that you are like a little girl who never grows up." Her voice was clear and crisp with a hint of softness. However, she had the air of an elder as she scolded Gu Xian. Gu Xian giggled. She didn't care about her fairy-like temperament. She took off her jade boots, and her small, sparkling, translucent, and small feet swayed into the lake. There, she played with the lake, and her feet rippled. Seeing that Yao was about to scold her again, she immediately rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the little girl, and held her in her arms. "You're clearly just a little girl, yet you're always lecturing me. I'm your older sister." Gu Xian pinched her nose and smiled. After returning to Peach Village, she reminisced about old times with the group of teachers and villagers. She also talked about the things that had happened in the past few years. She told them about her experiences so that they could relax. Later on, he also gave some small toys to some of the children in the village. As if he was still a child, he played with them for a long time. Gu Xian didn't show the slightest bit of worry. She was still as optimistic and cheerful as before. She also didn't talk about the many dangers she had experienced in the heavenly tomb this time. She didn't want the villagers and teachers to worry. It was as if these years in the outside world were really endless training and tempering. Now that she finally had some free time, Gusian also wanted to ask the question she was most concerned about. Where did big sister Tao Yao go? Why couldn't she sense any aura or fluctuations related to her? It was as if she had suddenly evaporated from this world. To her, Tao Yao was like a senior sister to her. She was one of the people who treated her the best in this world. Big sister Xian. You don't want to be my sister. You want to be my master's wife. I can see that. Although Gu Xian pinched Yao Yao's nose, she still acted like an elder. Then, she directly and mercilessly exposed Gu Xian's thoughts. Gu Xian suddenly panicked when she heard her words. She stuttered and hurriedly said, You little girl, what nonsense are you saying? Be careful that I don't beat you up. Let me tell you, even your master doesn't dare to provoke me. If he dares to provoke me, I'll beat him up too. You can't beat master. It's obvious that master always bullies you. I see it all the time. Yao Yao mercilessly exposed her again. Gu Xian was angry and embarrassed. She lightly knocked Yao Yao's head. This little girl looked so cute just now. Why was she not cute at all and not honest at all now? She looked like an adult. Not only did she act like an elder, but she was also sentimental. However, when she thought of how this little girl sat alone at the entrance of Peach Village, as if she was waiting for someone, she felt a little heartache. That irresponsible master of yours left you in the village and didn't care about you anymore. What a heartless person. She began to criticize Gu Chang'e. Of course, Gu Xian also knew that Yao Yao was like this because of her past experience. She belonged to the other half of Tao Yao's Dao fruit after Tao Yao's nirvana. She was flawless and did not have any karma with Tao Yao. She could also be understood as Tao Yao's biological sister. It was also because of this that Yao Yao did not grow up or age. It was as if her age was forever frozen at this moment. The children who used to play with her had all grown up and started their own careers. They had grandchildren and granddaughters, and they had a house full of grandchildren. However, she was still the same as before. She was only a few years old and could never change. Although Yao Yao looked very young, she was actually very mature and sensible. This made Gu Xian feel a little heartache. Originally, she had an elder sister who could take care of and accompany her. However, even that elder sister had completely disappeared. There was no trace of her. As for Yao Yao's master, Gu Chang'e, there was not even a shadow of him. It was as if he had long forgotten about this little girl. Sister Xian, you can't say that about master. Master is just very, very busy. He doesn't have time to visit Yao Yao. He must have a lot of things to do every day. He can't cope. Yao Yao saw that Gu Xian was criticizing Gu Chang'e. She could not help but defend Gu Chang'e. Although she said this, there was still a hint of sadness in her eyes. Gu Xian could not bear to say harsh words to this little girl who was so sensible that it made her heart ache. She reached out and patted her head. Sister will take you to your master. I will also pull his ear and ask him why he hasn't come to visit Yao Yao for so long. Sister Xian, you are so impatient and clumsy. Master will not like it. He only likes mature and steady girls like me. Yao Yao said in the tone of a little adult. Gu Xian suddenly felt an itch in her teeth. She really wanted to pick her up and give her a good beating. However, after thinking about it, she decided against it. She hugged Yao Yao and gently swayed her slender ankles in the lake water. Yao Yao, do you know where Sister Tao Yao is now? She looked into the distance at the mountain range in the distance and couldn't help but ask softly. Hearing this question, Yao Yao could not help but look puzzled and confused. She shook her little head and said, I don't know where she went either. It seems that one day, a beautiful big sister in red came to find her, but she suddenly disappeared. She didn't say anything to all of us. I only heard that beautiful big sister in red say something like the truth. A beautiful big sister in red? The truth? Gu Xian was also confused. She had never heard of sister Tao Yao having a friend. Moreover, it was a beautiful big sister in red. A hint of sadness appeared on Yao Rao's face. She raised her eyes and turned her head to ask, Big sister Xian, do you think big sister has really disappeared from this world? I can't even sense her aura, as if she has really been erased from my memories. Many people in the village, for some reason, seem to have gradually forgotten about big sister. Even Grandpa Village Chief is the same. One day, I went to ask him if sister would come back. He only thought that I was asking about sister Xian's whereabouts. He did not seem to remember that I have a sister at all. Even some of the villagers began to feel that the withered peach tree at the entrance of the village was blocking the road. They wanted to cut it down and widen the road at the entrance of the village. Why is it like this? I'm so scared. I'm scared that one day, even I will forget about sister's existence. Then, all traces of her existence will really disappear, as if she had never existed, as if she really did not exist. Woo-woo, why is sister also disappearing? Master also did not come to see me. Do they not want Yao Yao anymore? Yao has always been very sensible and obedient. A string of tears rolled down the little girl's face like pearls from a broken necklace. She sobbed and her eyes were red. It was as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievances she had been feeling during this period of time. Hearing these words, Gu Xian was stunned. She did not expect such a thing to happen during this period of time. At this time, she also realized that when she returned to Peach Village, many villagers seemed to be silent about Tao Yao. She originally thought that it was because they did not want to be sad. However, she really did not expect that it would be for such a reason. Why would Tao Yao's existence gradually disappear from everyone's minds? Did that mean that all traces of her existence would also disappear from this world? At this moment, Gu Xian suddenly thought of the most likely possibility: Dao assimilation. Tao Yao was very likely in a dangerous situation. Transforming her body into Dao would not only erase her cultivation, but also erase all of her karma, traces, and traces. It was equivalent to truly disappearing. Even the traces of her existence would be dissolved. It was as if she did not exist in this world. She had never appeared, whether in the past, present, or future. It was no wonder that with her current cultivation, she could not detect or sense Tao Yao's aura. It was because Tao Yao's aura no longer existed. Why did this happen? What happened? Gu Xian's face was a little pale. At this moment, she suddenly thought of many things. Could that red-robed woman be the red-robed female demon who gave Gu Changa an immortal corpse as a congratulatory gift on the day of Gu Changa's wedding? Could she be Gu Changa's former disciple? In fact, although Tao Yao had never mentioned it, Gu Xian knew that Tao Yao and Gu Changa definitely had some relationship before. If that red-robed woman was Chan Hongyi, then it seemed normal that she knew Tao Yao. Demon Mountain. I have to go to the Demon Mountain. Gu Xian thought of the faction that the red-robed female demon had established. If the red-robed female demon was still around, then perhaps she could ask about Tao Yao's whereabouts. Without explaining too much to Yao Yao, Gu Xian waved her hand. The void in front of her blurred, and a path appeared. She did not bother to put on her jade boots. Taking Yao Yao with her, she stepped into the path. The Demon Mountain was billions of miles away from here, and there were many spatial barriers. However, with Gu Xian's current strength, she arrived in a flash. Why, there's no more aura in the Demon Mountain. She seems to have completely disappeared. Gu Xian appeared in the sky. Looking at the area covered in endless demonic qi, she was completely stunned. The truth is the truth that they are talking about going to the past to find the truth of the Forbidden Era? If this is a kind of obsession, then they will not give up until they reach their goal. 3. Zero can return to the past and cross the river of time. What kind of terrible karma and backlash would one have to bear? At this moment, Gu Xian seemed to have thought of the two's ending. She was a little lost. Even with her current cultivation, she dared not say that she could really cross the river of time and return to the past. Moreover, the forbidden era had long been shattered and blurred. Even the river of time had collapsed, buried in the chaos of nothingness. Even if they could cross the river of time, they would probably be lost in the boundless darkness, unable to find the era they were looking for. Suddenly, she thought of something, as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw. Guchanga. Yes, Guchanga must have a way. He can definitely save them. After all, the red-robed she-devil was his former disciple. Although he is cold to outsiders, he is only cold on the outside and warm on the inside. He can't leave them in the lurch. Gu Xian really did not want to see Tao Yao, whom she saw as family, disintegrate into the Tao and completely disappear from the world. After returning to Peach Village with Yao Yao, she planned to bid farewell to her master and the villagers. She also told them not to touch the peach tree at the entrance of the village. She was going to take Yao Yao to find Guchanga. However, Yao Yao seemed to know what she was going to do. She did not want to trouble her, so she insisted on staying in the village. Gu Xian could only give up. After bidding farewell to the others, she turned into a ray of light and headed to the immortal region with the big red bird. She was going to the Heaven Crusher Alliance to find Guchanga. At the same time, something big was happening in the palace where the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance was located. Chapter 981. There were many people standing in the vast hall of Heaven Crusher Alliance's headquarters. Some of them were shocked, and some of them were puzzled. Some of the leaders of the various races who had come to discuss their plans were alarmed by the actions of the current Vice Alliance Masters of Heaven Crusher Alliance, Guwang, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal. They were forced to stop and see what was going on. Wang Wushang, the Tao disciple of Heaven Crusher Alliance, had his hands placed behind his back. His presence was as deep as the ocean, and there was a terrifying presence that could not be hidden. He stood before his many followers and was also looking outside the hall. He might have felt slightly uneasy in his heart, but he still calmed down and did not show any signs of abnormality. Looks like there are unexpected guests who have descended in the current Dao Chang True World. The three seniors must have noticed them, which is why they rushed over beforehand. We should just wait here, quietly, for the three seniors. If we can't even handle them, then there's no point for us to rush over, he said slowly. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared in his eyes. It was as if there were stars rumbling and the sun and moon rotating, showing off his mighty presence that was above all living beings. It was as if once the three ancient cultivators in Tao realm left, he had become the person in charge and the backbone of this place. Qin Shuang frowned and stood behind Uncle Yi. She was also quite displeased with the current Wang Wushang. Ao Tang, Ao Ling, Shen Xian and the others were naturally not an exception. They were all frowning slightly. However, they did not say anything at that moment. They did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Gu Wuwang, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal had long since left through the air. They seemed to be heading to the world beyond. Their actions had long since stirred up the emotions of the people in the hall. The younger generation and the middle-aged generation were all slightly uneasy, and they were whispering to each other. When they heard Ni Chen's words, many of them were shocked, and they could not help but start worrying. When the three ancient cultivators left through the air, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. They did not even have the time to ask what had happened. Based on Wang Wushang's words, it seemed that some powerful existence had suddenly descended in the Dao Chang True World. It would be great if the leaders of the 16 alliances were here. With them here, we would be at ease. A leader of an ancient race couldn't help whispering. Once he said those words, quite a number of people in the area agreed with him. They all believed that no matter what, Guchanga could be considered the strongest person in Dao Chang True World. His level of cultivation was unfathomable, and he was above the three existences in Tao realm. With Gu Chang'e around, even if Tao Chang True World ran into a powerful enemy it could not hope to fight against, it would still have a way to deal with it. Because from the beginning to the end, Gu Chang'e gave everyone a feeling that no matter what it was, she could easily do it. When Gu Chang'e was around, many people lived under his shadow and fear. However, this also had its benefits. They did not need to worry or fear other external existences. Didn't you hear what the Vice Alliance leader said? Right now, the Tao Chang True World needs to be tempered. Perhaps all of this is under the Alliance leader's control. What is there for you to worry about? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to deal with this situation? Do you really want to rely on the Tall One for everything? However, there were also leaders of races who were wary of danger in times of peace. They did not think that such thoughts were right. After all, Gu Chang'e always gave them the feeling that he could wash his hands of everything at any moment. It was as if all the lives in the world had nothing to do with him. If they always wanted to rely on Gu Chang'e for this sort of thing, could it be that they had forgotten the origin of the taboo era? Did they forget about the change in the upper world? How many Tao orthodoxies and ancient universes were destroyed because of him and turned into dust? The number of living beings who died during that time numbered in the billions. Right then, since Gu Chang'e controlled the Heaven Punishing Alliance and controlled the Tao Chang True World, the environment in the world had changed and it was more suitable for cultivation. All races were peacefully reproducing and showing signs of becoming stronger. Many people forgot about all of that and became deeply grateful to Gu Chang'e, as if they had completely forgotten who he was. He was the Demon Lord. In the hall, the leaders of the various races started discussing in low voices. Some of them had worried looks in their eyes and felt uneasy in their hearts. There were also some who were very calm and did not panic at all as they waited for the three Tao realm ancient cultivators to return. Wang Wushang placed his hands behind his back and slowly paced back and forth in the hall, as if he was also thinking about this. Then, he slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. As a Tao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance, if anything happens, I will definitely think of a way to protect all of you. Since all the Tao orthodoxies have joined the Heaven Punishing Alliance, then you are a part of the Heaven Punishing Alliance. Right now, I am only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal emperor. Even if I am in the Tao realm, I can still reach it. All of you have seen my talent. In a few years, I will be able to reach your level. I will cross the vast expanse and head to the outer world. When he spoke, he put on the attitude of a superior and tried to buy people's hearts. Aside from Gu Wang, the other two Tao realm existences were the greatest obstacles to his future plans in the Tao Chang True World. That was why Ni Qin planned to use the absence of the three Tao realm existences to recruit the leaders of the various races and Tao orthodoxies to pave the way for his next plan. Ni Qin had also thought about it seriously. The abyss-defying True World he had been in had been destroyed during the invasion of the outer world, and there were not many of his people left. Unless he reached the level of Gu Chang'e, it would be very difficult for him to revive all his people. He could only do this step by step. Once he possessed the Tao Chang True World, he would revive his family at the first instant. Then he would let the people living in the small worlds come here and live. With his status as a Tao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance as support, the abyss-defying race would only become more prosperous. It was not impossible for them to return to their former glory. With the support of this true world's kismet and sufficient resources to cultivate, his speed of breakthrough would only become faster. Once he had enough power, he could completely suppress the Tao Chang True World and change its name to the abyss-defying True World. That was why during this process he had to possess and control the Tao Chang True World. There was no lack of leaders of large races among the followers behind Wang Wushang. At that moment, they all agreed. Everyone, you must have seen the Tao disciple's talent. With that terrifying speed of his breakthrough, he will soon catch up to the three seniors. His future is limitless. Also, The Tao disciple is highly regarded by the Alliance Master and has been bestowed with a supreme treasure, the root of primordial chaos. That is a supreme divine item with all sorts of inconceivable uses. The Alliance Master will definitely hand the heaven-punishing alliance to the Tao disciple in the future. Everyone, I advise you to look further into the future. Don't give up on the future just because of these short-term benefits. There was enmity between the Tao disciple Wang Wushang and the two Tao realm existences, the Wine Sword Immortal and Abyss. This was something the entire heaven-punishing alliance knew. Some of the leaders of the various races did not want to offend either side, so they tried their best to remain neutral. However, the Wine Sword Immortal, Abyss, and the others had left the hall, and the meaning behind Wang Wushang's words was self-evident. When they heard this, the expressions of quite a number of people in the hall changed slightly. The whispers of discussion also stopped. The battle between the forces of power in the heaven-punishing alliance was becoming more intense. Even though the Vice Alliance Master, Guwang, was keeping them in check, he could not solve the root of the problem. After all, the heaven-punishing alliance was simply too big. It included all the ancient forces of power and races in the Tao Chang true world. There were also countless universes and worlds involved in it. The benefits involved in this were simply too great. Even those in Tao realm would not be able to turn a blind eye to it and not be bothered by it. Due to the root of primordial chaos, Abyss and the others had gotten into a conflict with the Tao disciple Wang Wushang, causing the forces behind the three of them to view each other as enemies. They were in a competitive relationship. This sort of thing might not be beneficial to the stability of the heaven-punishing alliance in the long run, but it was beneficial to their development and growth. I'm not saying these words to ask you to quickly make a decision. I just want to tell you that there is still a long way to go. You must learn to look forward. Anaichin placed his hands behind his back and smiled faintly, giving off the air of a superior. Many people saw a hint of Gu Changa's shadow in him. This caused some of the people who originally did not want to participate in the battle between the forces of power and wanted to remain neutral to waver. After all, Anaichin had Gu Changa standing behind him. Even if he could not win against the two ancient cultivators in Tao realm, the Wine Sword Immortal and Abyss would not dare to do anything to him. He was already in an invincible position. Besides, Wang Wushang, who was a variable, was the hope of the Tao Chang true world. Xin, Shuang, Ao Tung, and the others looked at him coldly and did not say much. At this moment, it was useless for them to say anything. Wang Wushang's wings were growing, and even Uncle Yi, the immortal emperor from Immortal Ancient, was not in his eyes. Wang Wushang, don't think that you can do whatever you want. Aren't you afraid that cousin will be displeased by what you're doing? He built the heaven-punishing alliance with his own hands, but you've turned it into a mess. Do you really think that he won't care? Cousin can let you have your current position, but he can also make you fall into an abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. However, at that moment, only Xin Xian stood up and spoke coldly. She was not afraid of Wang Wushang, even if he had an astonishing might. When she said those words, many people's expressions changed. This was a person with a background, and they did not dare provoke him. Anaichin did not dare to do anything to Shen Xian. He turned around, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said flatly, Miss Shin, you don't have to worry about these things. The Alliance leader's foresight is not something you can fathom. In the future, Tao Chang True World will need someone to stand up and support it. Besides, do you really think that the Lord Alliance leader will care about these things? To the Lord Alliance Master, perhaps Heaven-Punishing Alliance is just a toy he can play with on a whim. If I make Heaven-Punishing Alliance become stronger and the Lord Alliance Master learns about it, do you think he will blame me or punish me? No matter what, Anaichin had lived for a long time, and he believed that he had a good grasp of Gu Changa's thoughts. As long as he did not touch Gu Changa's bottom line, Heaven-Punishing Alliance would be under his control. Besides, Gu Changa was no longer in the Tao Chang True World, so he might not care about Heaven-Punishing Alliance anymore. This answer made Xin Xian speechless for a while, and there was a hint of unwillingness on her face. Her master was being looked down upon by Wang Wushang, and as his disciple she could do nothing about it. If only my sister was here. When she thought of this, Xin Xian became even more dejected. The people in the hall were as silent as cicadas in winter when they saw this. They did not dare say anything, including the people chasing after Wang Wushang. They did not dare offend Xin Xian. In their eyes, Xin Xian was Gu Changda's direct descendant, and Wang Wushang was something like a successor. At that moment, ripples of power came from outside the hall again. The air seemed to tremble slightly, and many terrifying presences collided before they calmed down, causing the environment to become unstable. "Senior, they're back!" When they sensed the familiar presences, joy appeared on many people's faces, and they let out long sighs of relief. Wang Wushang did not say anything else. He turned around and walked out of the hall. The laws in the air continued tumbling about, and a golden path seemed to have appeared in the distant sky. It stretched across many universes, as if a bridge had been built between several worlds. Gu Wuwang Ming and Wine Sword Immortal stood on the golden path. Beside them was a white-browed old ape in a monk's robe. He had a kind face and a dignified face. There were quite a number of people following behind the golden path. There were both men and women, and their faces were very blurry. They were either surrounded by chaotic fog or thick miasma that covered the sky and earth. Senior Brother Qing Feng. Xin Shuang saw a familiar figure on the golden path and could not help but cry out. There was some unconcealable joy and excitement on her face. The other immortal ancient descendants beside her had lived in the city of no return since they were young. At this moment, they also recognized that figure. They all became excited and said, "It's Lord Qing Feng. It really is Lord Qing Feng." I never thought that Lord Qing Feng would still be alive, and he really did come back. The silver-robed man beside Xin Shuang, who was also Uncle He, revealed a bit of astonishment. He naturally did not recognize Qing Feng. Uncle E, Senior Brother Qing Feng, is a disciple my grandfather took in. He drifted here from the sea of no return and lost his memories. Later on, he also lived in the city of no return, and we call each other Senior Brother and Sister. Before the blue sea realm shattered, Senior Brother Qing Feng stepped on the path to search for the 9 heavens. He wanted to find the predecessors of a mortal palace who had gone to the 9 heavens and have them come back to help us get through this crisis. Xin Shuang began to explain, feeling happy for Qing Feng's safe return. Chapter 982. The Golden Path charged down from the sky. Qing Feng stood behind ancient monk Ape Zen and saw his junior sister, Xin Shuang, with just one glance. He could not help but show some excitement. The huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. As long as his junior sister was safe and sound, he could be at ease. His heart had been tense all along the way, afraid that he would see something tragic. Senior Brother Qing Feng, looks like this is the junior sister you've been talking about all this while. Fuan noticed Qing Feng's expression and could not help but say with a faint smile, "Junior sister's personality is really worrying. I was worried that she would do something foolish when I wasn't around. Now that I see her, I'm at ease," Qing Feng said with a wry smile. Ancient monk Ape Zen's other disciples stood by the side and did not say anything. There was some slight disdain towards the living beings in this true world. They had all walked out of the 9 heavens, so their views were naturally different from the native living beings in the Dao Chang true world. Besides the rulers of each expanse heaven, there were plenty of powerful warriors in the 9 heavens. There was no lack of Dao realm existences who lived in seclusion and sought Dao, not bothering themselves with the affairs of the world. The Dao Chang true world might be slightly unique, but it was just a new true world. Its foundation was not enough to catch their attention. Gu Wuwang, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal already knew why ancient monk Ape Zen had come, but they did not let down their guard. After all, he was also a Dao realm existence. Guowang could sense that ancient monk ape Zen strength was only slightly weaker than his. Ancient monk ape Zen placed his palms together. His face was solemn, and there was a Buddhist air about him as he spoke with compassion. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry. I was asked by my disciple to come to this true world with him to solve this disaster. If I knew that there were 3 fellow Taoists here, I would be much more at ease. Many years ago, I also walked out of the immortal region and arrived in the 9 heavens by accident. After a few twists and turns, I finally obtained my current cultivation base and serendipity. He was indeed very surprised. He originally thought that there would at most be existences half a step into Tao realm in this new true world. It was the terrifying demon lord that his disciple Qingfeng spoke of. His eldest disciple, Funhua, was completely capable of suppressing existences half a step into Tao realm. There was no need for him to do anything. However, when he got closer, he discovered that there were 3 Tao realm experts. One of them was even slightly stronger than him. This made ancient monk ape Zen very surprised. No wonder the eternal Tao Lord took notice of it. It was indeed somewhat special. Now that we have you helping us, Tao Chang True World's chances of winning will be much higher. Gu Wuwang nodded slightly. After all, they were Tao realm existences. During the process of contact just now, they already knew each other's origins. He really was surprised, not expecting this ancient monk ape Zen to actually come from the 9 heavens. One had to know that back then he also left the 9 heavens, receiving orders to establish his own faction in the outside world. He wondered if this ancient monk ape Zen knew about the Gu clan of the 9 heavens. Soon, everyone landed in the middle of the hall. The leaders of the various races had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Their faces were filled with shock and doubt. Whether it was ape Zen ancient monk or the disciples behind him, they were all unfamiliar faces. A few of them had terrifying auras, as if they didn't exist in this world. They were actually immortal emperors. Who knew how many epochs they had cultivated? Senior, may I know who these people are? Wang Wushang's heart jumped. He didn't know where these people had come from, but he still calmly asked. Gu Wuwang cast him a glance, then swept his gaze past the people in the hall. This is ancient monk ape Zen. He came from the 9 heavens, and this time he descended to Tao Chang True World to help us fend off the foreign enemies and stop the disaster. The people behind him are all ancient monk ape Zen's disciples. They're extremely powerful. Among the disciples of ape Zen ancient monk, apart from the eldest disciple, Fen Chen, who was close to the threshold of Tao realm, there was no one else. The others were all immortal emperors or quasi-immortal emperors. In the current Tao Chang True World, they were considered to be the strongest. Greetings, my name is Ape Zen. Ancient monk Ape Zen put his palms together and said with a faint smile. There was an astonishing Buddhist aura around him, making others feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The people standing around him seemed to be converted by his words and converted to Buddhism along with him. Hearing those words, the various leaders in the palace hall were all shocked. Many of them revealed expressions of disbelief. From the 9 heavens, Wang Wushang was also incredibly shocked. He truly did not expect that these people would have such a great background. When he was still in the abyss-defying true world, the 9 heavens had already existed. It was the legendary source of the immortal Tao, and it contained the secrets of the immortal Tao. There were as many powerful warriors there as there were clouds in the sky, and their power was so great that it was unimaginable. Even a supreme true world would not be able to compare to a place that transcended the 9 heavens. Ancient monk Ape Zen's arrival had greatly exceeded Wang Wushang's expectations. It made him feel as if things were starting to spiral out of his control. The leaders of the various forces of power in the palace were also incredibly shocked. They had yet to recover from the shocking news. Even Ao, Tang, Ao Ling, and the other people who came from the era of legends were shocked and shocked. Ancient monk ape Zen did not put on the airs of someone in Tao realm. He was very easygoing and began explaining his origins in the immortal region. Qing Feng also stood up at that moment and told them about how he found the 9 heavens based on the clues left behind by the predecessor of Immortal Palace after he left the immortal region, and how he became ancient monk ape Zen's disciple. Once he finished speaking, the crowd no longer had any doubts. They began to feel delighted and excited. After all, ancient monk ape Zen was the same as Guowang and the others. He was also in Tao realm, and he had many disciples with unfathomable strength. This time, the chances of the Tao Chang true world successfully defending against the invasion of foreign enemies were much higher. Ancient monk ape Zen was only following orders, so he did not really care about it. However, when he heard the words Heaven Attacking Alliance, he could not help but frown. His originally kind expression instantly turned solemn, and fear filled his heart. The expressions of his disciples behind him also changed, as if they were in disbelief. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to panic. We didn't come up with this name. Lord Alliance, leader, came up with it himself. Guowang seemed to have seen ancient monk ape Zen's fear at that instant, and could not help but explain. He knew what the words Heaven Attacking Alliance meant. Forget ancient monk ape Zen. Even he had been shocked when he first heard Gu Changa's decision. He felt that he could not bear this terrifying karma. What great courage! He actually dared to come up with this name, and he actually managed to establish it and create such a scene. This mysterious alliance leader is truly not a simple person. Ancient monk ape Zen's eldest disciple, Fenyan, could not help but exclaim in shock. Based on what she knew, the Tao tradition eternal life Tao Lord had established in the 9 heavens was called Heaven Attacking Sect. He had used the name Heaven Attacking Sect to invite many powerful warriors in the vast universe to plan for the War of Heaven. As for eternal life Tao Lord, it could be heard from his name that he was in existence who had lived for an unknown number of eons, and whose level of cultivation was unknown. Only an existence like him had the right and courage to bear this terrifying karma without being afraid of the backlash, the collapse of his Tao, or the obstruction of the heavens. Heaven Attacking Sect's name resounded through the 9 heavens, and was also spread among many powerful true worlds. It was an intimidating name. At that moment, there was actually someone in this new true world who had the guts to come up with such a name, and there were no signs of any backlash. Aside from the mysterious alliance leader, Fenqi could not think of any other possibility. A hint of curiosity rose in her heart. By the looks of it, the demon Lord Qing Feng had been talking about was definitely not someone who was close to Tao realm. The 3 existences in Tao realm in this place were clearly very respectful towards him. In this world, the strong were respected. If there was no absolute power to suppress them, how could they act like this? Ancient monk ape Zen also recovered from his shock at that moment. He knew that he had lost his composure, so he put his palms together and said, "If I have the chance, I will definitely meet this mysterious Lord Alliance leader with my own eyes." Qing Feng was also a little dumbfounded at that moment. He did not expect that so many earth-shattering changes would happen during the years he was away from the immortal region. "Senior Brother Qing Feng, I will explain these things to you in detail later," Xin Shuang said. Even she herself felt that the changes that had happened during the past few years could be described as a dream, as if she was dreaming. Ancient monk ape Zen's arrival might have been unexpected, but it was still a pleasant surprise. When the leaders of the various races saw that there was nothing else, they bade farewell and left with their people to go back and give orders for what to do next. As for ancient monk ape Zen and the others, they stayed in the Heaven Crusher Alliance for the time being. And I Chen could not be certain of ancient monk ape Zen's origins for the time being, so he could only observe for the time being and deal with the disaster first. Soon, this matter caused quite a stir in the Tao Chang true world, and it swiftly spread to the various universes. The various races began to make preparations, and killing intent could be seen filling the sky in all the universes. Many armies dressed in armor and holding all sorts of weapons charged out of the galaxy like a flood, ready to welcome the Great War. The solemn atmosphere on the eve of the Great War filled the hearts of all the races. Many people saw a foam-like substance approaching from the end of the sky. It was bleak and empty, as if it could devour all light. Buzz! 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 Dazzling gates of light opened in the depths of the various races' territories in the various universes. Immortal fog surged out, and the power of relocation filled the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out of the gates of light, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The powerful immortal soldiers who had once slaughtered their way to fame in the ancient war gathered together once more to fight against the disaster. Rumble! A large number of ancient warships and flying ships gathered in the sky in the other regions in the distance. Strange beasts galloped about, and ferocious birds flew into the sky, blotting out the sun. Divine light shot into the clouds, and it was an incredibly grand sight. Aside from that, there were also many knights and soldiers heading over. They were densely packed together, and there were hundreds of millions of them. They were all disciples and warriors groomed by the various forces of power in the Tao Chang True World. Woo, woo, woo! In the skies, whistling sounds rang out. Numerous giant, purple-copper ancient warships crossed the horizon, speeding over, heading towards the boundless battlefield of the immortal realms. There was a large number of cultivators and warriors gathered on the ancient purple-bronze warships. Their murderous auras surged into the clouds, and they were all led by powerful warriors at the true immortal realm. Countless powerful ancient beasts were galloping about in the mountains, lakes, and vast ancient forests. They covered the sky and cast a large number of shadows. Their momentum was great, and they brought with them a savage and ancient presence. There were tall figures sitting on the ancient beasts. They were clothes made of beast skins, and their muscles were bulging. Their physical bodies were powerful, and their chi surged out of them, making them look like demon gods. They were a race that had migrated from a very remote universe. They had the characteristics of the ancient god race, and there was the mark of a planet at the center of their brows. Divine light continuously shot into the clouds from the ancient planets of life and the universes. Powerful auras surged out like surging volcanoes and swept through all directions. The ancient immortals, Heavenly Tao Sect, True Immortal Academy, Longevity Qin Family, Longevity Qin Family, Tao, Ji Academy. Many of the imperishable forces and supreme sects were gathering their strongest forces. Many powerful warriors who had been born since the taboo epoch had been born. They either lived in seclusion or cultivated in seclusion, but now they had all moved and rushed over. Many races from the era of legends, such as the Golden Rocks, Phoenixes, Dragons, and Kirans, were also gathering their powerful warriors. The calamity this time was no small matter. Once the Tao Chang True World fell, no race would be able to escape. Everyone knew that when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. In the depths of the universe, an immortal light flashed past. Before, Gu Xian who had rushed to the immortal region from the First World, could go to the headquarters of the Heaven Attacking Alliance to ask about Gu Changa's whereabouts. She learned about the impending war. Right then, all the races in the Tao Chang True World were preparing and gathering their armies to face the calamity together. When she rushed to the immortal region, she saw many ancient warships charging past her. They crushed through the universe and rushed to the depths of the immortal region. There were existences, at least at the level of true immortals, guarding the ancient warships. There were also countless cultivators and living beings with other levels of cultivation. This forced Gu Xian to change her goal for the time being. It did not matter whether she wanted to search for Gu Changa or save Tao Yao. She had to get through this crisis. Otherwise, when the Tao Chang True World was destroyed, it would be difficult for her to protect her own life, let alone do other things. The ancient warships and the army are heading to a place called the Vast Expanse Battlefield. That place will be an outpost for the enemy's invasion. All the races are continuously sending powerful warriors to guard it. Gu Xian soon obtained this information. She might not be able to control the war with her current strength, but she could still be of some use. Chapter 983. The warships were like clouds, blotting out the sun. Tens of thousands of ancient warships stretched across the universe. Billions of cultivators rushed out from various ancient planets of life and quickly gathered in the galaxy, ready to set off. At the same time, there were also immortal kings who took action and opened up the great universe tunnel, allowing the ancient warships to descend. In the many universes adjacent to the vast expanse battlefield, deep and wide great universe tunnels could be seen being torn apart by huge hands. Large amounts of cultivators rushed out like a flood, blocking out everything and surging to the edge of the vast expanse battlefield to form formations. Gu Xian followed an ancient warship and also rushed to the vast expanse battlefield. Her mood was incredibly heavy. To the current Dao Chang true world, this disaster was definitely a threshold that was incredibly difficult to cross. They would need a long time to fight against it, and it was not something that could be easily resolved in just a few years or decades. During this period of time, many people would definitely die. In fact, she might not even be able to guarantee her own safety. Besides, no one knew what the final result would be. Rumble. In the great universe up ahead, a large hand appeared, plucking stars and grabbing moons. It was incomparably large, tearing at the void. Surging spiritual essence continuously swept in reverse. The space-time there distorted, continuously collapsing. Then a stable passage appeared. An immortal king appeared and opened up the great universe tunnel for the many ancient warships to rush to the vast expanse battlefield. The same scene appeared in many places. These immortal kings were in charge of opening up the space-time tunnel to receive the armies of various races. At the same time, immortal kings had arrived early in the vast expanse battlefield to study how to fight against the enemy and how to set up runes to resist. The world was incredibly dark. Terrifying black clouds covered the sky and pressed down on the entire area. Tragic. Flames of war. Blood. Even the soil was dark brown, dyed black by endless blood. Countless corpses and weapon fragments were soaked in it. In the past, this was also the battlefield of the Heaven Crusade. It fell from the vast expanse, and the flames of war spread to this place. No living being survived. Gu Xian rushed to the vast expanse battlefield with the army. She flew high in the sky and looked down at everything. I don't know how many years this calamity will last. Gu Changa, where is 513 now? Are they still in this true world? She asked softly. A torrent-like army shuttled through the battlefield like a giant python rushing to the edge of the battlefield. The surging sounds from beyond the boundless expanse could even be heard clearly. It was as if the heavens were swaying, the sun and moon were rotating, and worlds were colliding, causing one's blood vessels to explode and one's soul to tremble. There were true immortals as well as immortal kings. However, most of them were existences below the true immortal realm. They were truly cannon fodder and could only serve as the vanguard, fighting at the very front. The immortal king patriarchs of many races also followed the orders and led the army to guard various places, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The oppressive atmosphere of the impending war enveloped the hearts of all living beings in Dao Chang True World. Even the ordinary cultivators sensed it. They were in a constant state of panic. They could feel that a great change was taking place in the world. Every day, one could see heaven reaching chi and blood appearing everywhere, crushing down on stars one after another. Behind them were many figures that rushed into the outer realms. Su Chinga stood calmly in the courtyard outside Green Mountain Village and lifted her head to look at the sky. Even a remote village in the mortal world could sense the various changes in the world. An inexplicable oppressive presence and atmosphere enveloped everyone's heads. "Daddy, is the disaster about to arrive?" Is the world about to be destroyed? Su Chinga heard the child in the village asking his father, who was beside him, out of curiosity. This made her sigh softly. Even a child without any cultivation base would find it difficult to stay out of this and not be affected by it. The disaster this time seemed to be a threshold that was difficult to cross for Dao Chang True World. The war was about to begin. The weather and qi activity in the world had changed in a chaotic manner. The thick kismet that was originally gushing out had also changed drastically. However, to some people with great kismet, this was also a chance for them to rise to power. Some of the causes that Gu Changa had done in the past were gradually beginning to bear fruit. In a Tao orthodoxy that had been passed down for millions of years was a young man. He was organizing many of the sect's elders and disciples to discuss how they should deal with the disaster and do their best to continue the sect so that its legacy would not be severed. True immortals had appeared in their sect before, but that was something that happened a long time ago. The strongest people in their sect were only those who had attained Tao, and those who had attained Tao were as insignificant as dust in the face of this disaster. They did not even have the right to be cannon fodder. However, this young man wasn't discouraged. His tone was filled with confidence. He was confident that he would be able to protect the sect during this calamity. He was the eldest senior brother of this Tao orthodoxy. When he was young, he was practicing martial arts in the back of the mountain when he was chased by a tiger. As he was running for his life, he fell into a cold lake and accidentally obtained a mysterious ancient bell that contained serendipity. The mysterious ancient bell allowed him to give up on martial arts and cultivate Tao. He had reached his current level, and his cultivation was comparable to the patriarchs in his sect. This mysterious ancient bell of mine contains mountains and rivers. As long as it absorbs enough materials, it can form a real world inside. It won't be any weaker than the so-called ancient world. When the time comes, I only need to control the mysterious ancient bell to control the ancient world inside. It won't be a problem to protect my sect now. A lot of people will die in this war. Those broken weapons are the best materials. They can allow me to quickly grow and become a true immortal or even an immortal king in the shortest amount of time possible. The young man was very confident. After all, he had encountered a lot of opportunities along the way. Even if it was dangerous, he could often turn misfortunes into blessings. He was a person with great kismet. In such an environment, it was easier for him to survive compared to other cultivators, and he could also grow faster. In another world, a woman in black clothes with an expressionless face uprooted those sects that were doing evil in the vicinity because of the impending great calamity. Her black clothes were full of blood. Everywhere she walked, there were broken limbs and corpses. Blood flowed like rivers. The majestic sect was also turned into ruins. They deserve it. The woman in black entered the Tao through slaughter. She was emotionless and selfless. Every day, she would kill people. Sometimes she would kill good people. Sometimes she would kill bad people. It all depended on her mood. She was also called the Black Demoness by many cultivators. Her Tao of slaughter had reached the realm of perfection. Every time she killed someone, her cultivation would become stronger. She was improving every moment. This great calamity is the most suitable for my cultivation. When I condense the embryonic form of the great Tao of slaughter, I can kill immortal kings. The merciless creation is definitely not shameful. I've already cultivated it to the 7th level. Normal true immortals might not be my opponent. When I reach the 9th level and truly master the great Tao of slaughter, I can attack immortal emperors and become the immortal emperor of slaughter. It's truly a wondrous art of creation. The woman in black mumbled to herself. Her tone was indifferent and calm. In the past, she was just a weak girl who was bullied by her official mother and servants. If she had not accidentally obtained this wondrous art of creation called the merciless creation art, she would not have become who she was now. Once she obtained this wondrous art, she started by killing chickens and ducks. Step by step, She condensed the embryonic form of her killing intent. Then, she started killing the servants and servants who bullied her. In the end, she slaughtered her entire family and finally took revenge. From then on, a terrifying existence called the Black Demoness appeared in the world. She killed based on her mood. She did not care about good or evil. She only killed for the sake of cultivation. She also guessed that this wondrous art of creation might have been created by the once supreme devil master of the Tao Chang true world. The description of devils and slaughter within it pointed straight to the heart of the great Tao. She felt that even if she cultivated to the 9th level and created the 10th later on, she would definitely not be able to reach the devil master's level. However, she also believed that with her own serendipity, her future achievements would not be limited to the limits of this art of creation. This cultivation method was only a good start for her, and it established a good foundation for her. The great calamity that the entire Tao Chang true world was about to face was also a chance for her to madly improve. Similar scenes were happening in other places as well. There were people who obtained great providence, called the acting system. They gathered all sorts of information regarding the Devil Master's origins and matters, wanting to act as the once most powerful existence in the Tao Chang true world. In order to match the 1,000th or even 1/10,000th similarity, they used all sorts of methods to search for information and ancient records. There were also people who obtained treasures that could summon ancient heroic spirits and formed their own forces of power in an attempt to deal with the great calamity. Gu Wuang Ming and the other existences in Tao Realm were gathered in the headquarters of the Heaven Attacking Alliance. With a secret treasure, they were calculating the situation beyond the vast expanse and predicting when the enemy would arrive. The round ancient warship finally approached from beyond the vast expanse, and they were able to see some of its vague outline. During that instant, dazzling gates of light appeared, and a vast and boundless army of warriors charged out from behind them, like a torrent from the universe. They rushed towards the Tao Chang true world, which was right in front of the enemy. The power of unknown origins finally approached and launched its first attack. It came out of nowhere and caught everyone off guard. There was no sign of it. No one knew how large the army was, but there were definitely more than 100 million of them. They rushed out of the gates of light, and their murderous aura surged into the heavens along with raging, killing intent. The enemy has arrived. Have all the people stationed in the vast expanse battlefield be prepared. The people in the hall immediately gave their orders. At the same time, hundreds of millions of runic symbols rushed out from the boundary embankment beyond the vast expanse battlefield. It was as if all the power in the universe had gathered there, and it was so dazzling that it was boundless. The boundary embankment had originally been dormant. No one knew who had built it, but it had been continuously defending against the attacks from the power in the vast expanse. At that moment, it seemed to have awakened. A matchless power that was like a torrent that had broken through the embankment turned into terrifying beams of energy that rushed towards the army of the immortal spirit civilization. The cultivators and living beings stationed at the edge of the vast expanse battlefield were shocked when they saw this. They did not expect that the boundary embankment would contain such an astonishing power that it would awaken at such a critical moment. The boundary embankment's origins are incredibly mysterious. No one knows who built it, but there are countless ancient runic symbols carved into it. They can activate a terrifying power to defend against the invasion of the enemy. The immortal kings in the forts were slightly excited. Clearly, they had not expected that there would be such a natural barrier outside the Tao Chang true world. The terrifying beams of energy shot out, and with just one strike, the army of the immortal spirit civilization at the front crumbled. Many of the figures were reduced to dust and vanished into thin air. However, they were just warriors of sacrifice raised by the immortal spirit civilization. They did not feel any heartache about using them as cannon fodder. More and more figures rushed out of the doors of light. At the same time, a huge ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle appeared. Suddenly, a terrifying figure, shrouded in black, mist appeared. He stretched out a large hand covered in all kinds of scales. They looked like dragon scales, but they also looked like iron scales. He slapped down from there in an attempt to destroy the beam of light that shot out. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed immortal kings. The strength of his presence was definitely above that of a quasi-immortal emperor, based on the classification of the immortal spirit civilization. This was a person who was close to going through the first metamorphosis of his mind. However, he was not a member of the immortal spirit civilization, but a puppet battle servant created through enslavement. Splat! With just one swipe, he caused the tens of thousands of runic symbols that were resonating with each other to fall apart. They turned into mountains and seas that gushed out madly like a torrent. With one strike from an existence of this level, even immortal kings were like ants. This scene was very shocking, and it caused the hearts of the army of the Dao Chang True World to instantly turn cold. There was no doubt that this power was too terrifying. The pillars of light on the world dike could not withstand it at all. Boom! At that moment, the space-time outside the vast expanse battlefield distorted, and a blurry figure stepped out. He was also surrounded by black fog, and he also stretched out a hand and slammed it towards the giant hand, intending to destroy it. The Emperor of the Other World. Many figures in the vast battlefield could not help but cry out in surprise. They recognized this existence, and they could not hide the excitement in their eyes. This was a true immortal emperor who was in charge of guarding this region. He had appeared at the first moment to fight against that figure. The other world might have had a lot of conflicts with the immortal region in the past, and they fought endlessly. But in this sort of situation, the emperor of the other world still attacked without hesitation, not allowing the other party to take even half a step closer. Chapter 984. The battle had just begun, but a true immortal emperor had already entered the battlefield. He walked out of the distorted space-time and attacked in a domineering manner. His vast dermic powers caused the universe to tremble. Fragments of time surrounded him, and countless Tao laws surrounded him. They contained extreme power as they slammed down from the sky, wanting to stop the terrifying figure standing on the warship. In that instant, millions upon millions of spells and abilities appeared. All of them were unleashed and launched their attacks at Limu. The terrifying figure's hand slammed down without any resistance. As if he had no emotions, he tried to attack the realm dike and destroy the countless ancient runic symbols on it so that the army could descend. At the instant he was stopped, his aloof and merciless gaze swept past like a heavenly blade. It could easily cut apart the universe and evaporate the river of time. He had no choice but to turn around and fight against the immortal emperor of the other world. Rumble! This was a battle that was destined to surpass all that had happened since ancient times. The two figures fought in the distorted and shattered space-time. They fought from one aeon to the next, overturning the world. They wanted to overturn the past and cause the world to be reshuffled. Fortunately, they were in the vast expanse and did not erupt in the true world, or else just a wisp of aura would be enough to destroy countless universes. An existence at the level of an immortal emperor could pierce through universes and crush all living beings with just one finger. The two of them fought and used many terrifying methods. The originally cold and silent universes had long since been illuminated. An endless army of the immortal spirit civilization rushed out of the gate of light and charged towards the Dao Chang True World. The realm dike shone with a dazzling light once again. Ancient runic symbols shone on it. They were dazzling and filled with an ancient presence. Each runic symbol was an innate word that had a unique meaning. These runic symbols continued forming together to turn into terrifying pillars of light that crashed into the army of the immortal spirit civilization. At the instant they crashed into each other, the army was like snow in the face of a blazing sun. They could not even put up any resistance and were instantly reduced to dust. Besides those who surpassed immortal kings, All other living beings were like ants under the pillars of light. They could not be made up for with numbers. When they saw this, the army in the vast expanse could not help but cheer in excitement. Quite a few of the immortal kings looked delighted. Never in their wildest dreams could they have guessed that the realm dike, which had existed since time immemorial, would have such power. Not only could it defend against attacks from outside the vast expanse, it could also defend against invaders. The boundary dike that stretched on endlessly was like an immortal city wall at this moment. It was suffused with an ancient and grand aura that suppressed the heavens. Since ancient times, only those with a cultivation base surpassing the immortal king realm have the qualifications to walk over there and leave behind their footprints. Originally, we thought that it was to obstruct our footsteps, but who would have thought that it was actually to protect us? Back then, did the seniors who established the boundary dam long ago expect that such a day would come? Many immortal kings were abnormally excited, greatly encouraged. Countless ancient warships that blotted out the sun and blotted out the sky appeared on the vast expanse battlefield. Countless cultivators and living beings looked on with excitement. These words record the secrets of the immortal Tao civilization. I didn't expect them to be used to create a great formation. These are the clues to the immortal Tao flame seed that I'm looking for inside the round ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle. Zhuiyu's eyes burned brightly as she stared at the realm dike. She did not care at all that countless soldiers of the immortal Tao civilization had been annihilated in an instant. To her, these losses were nothing. The immortal Tao civilization had raised countless races. This time, she had brought hundreds of millions of races with her on this expedition. These losses were not even superficial. They were just cannon fodder to test the enemy's strength. Imprint those ancient runes for me. If we combine them, we might be able to obtain a scripture that belongs to the origin of the immortal Tao civilization. Zhuiyu ordered her subordinates to imprint the ancient runes. Each rune represented the origin of an ancient language of the immortal Tao civilization. Its value was immeasurable. Therefore, it was precisely the existence of these ancient runes that made the realm dike indestructible and indestructible. It absorbed the power of the laws of the multiverse and multiplied endlessly, allowing it to defend against invaders. Only when multiple immortal emperors attacked together would it be possible to destroy it. However, as of then, the true powerful warriors of this true world had yet to appear. Zhuiyu was very cautious. Even though her grandfather had divined her fortune, she could clearly sense that there were Tao realm existences in this new true world, and there were quite a large number of them. That was why she did not intend to truly attack. She was just probing. There were quite a lot of secrets in this true world. It was already incredibly difficult for a newborn true world to give birth to a single Tao realm existence. It would use up all the resources it had accumulated since ancient times. However, by the looks of it, there was definitely more than one of them. Zhuo Cheng, keep a close eye on the other side. If you sense the presence of a Tao realm existence, immediately attack and stop them. Don't let them get close to the mothership. Zhuo Yu continued giving orders. An incredibly tall figure behind her. He was surrounded by an astonishing silver light and seemed to be constantly changing. When he heard her orders, he answered, "Yes, my lady." He was also a powerful warrior who was on par with the Tao realm existences of the immortal Tao civilization. He had gone through a metamorphosis of his mind and was on par with the first blight of a Tao realm existence. The vast and boundless immortal spirit civilization's army charged into Tao Chang true world fearlessly, like a flood that had broken through a dam. At that moment, if anyone looked at Tao Chang true world from the distance, they would find that the immortal spirit civilization's army had flooded the vast expanse of space. The world dike might be shining and shooting out pillars of light, but it could not hold back the immortal spirit civilization's army. There were simply too many of them, and they were too densely packed together. They rushed down through the gaps in the pillars of light without regard for their lives and charged into the vast battlefield. The vast battlefield was originally the gap between the vast expanse and Daochang True World. There was a large region that was not protected by the World Dike. Otherwise, there would not be any immortal king families guarding this place. At that moment, an endless amount of immortal spirit civilizations' army charged in through the gap. Runic symbols also lit up on the ancient warships. The Dao Chang True World's army was ready for battle. They gathered into an ancient rune and charged forward. A shocking battle had truly broken out. It was incredibly chaotic. All the cultivators and living beings who rushed to the vast battlefield were fighting against each other. Beyond the vast expanse, the battle between the two immortal emperors was equally terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had reopened the world. At that moment, Guxian also ran into a powerful enemy. A living being at the level of an immortal king led an army and rushed in through the gap. He ran into the ancient warship she was on. The immortal king on the ancient warship had long since left to fight against the army on the other side. He did not have the time to care about anything else. There were not many immortal kings in Dao Chang True World, including the immortal kings who were guarding the vast battlefield and the ones who had rushed over. There were only a dozen or so immortal kings in the area. If you dare to stop me, then die. The immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization had a thin face. He was cold and cruel. No one knew what race he was from, but there was a thick aura of death surrounding him. When he faced the ancient warship that only had a true immortal guarding it, he threw a palm strike at it, intending to destroy all the living beings and cultivators on it. The immortal king on the other side is coming. All the cultivators and living beings on the ancient warship were in despair, including the true immortal. However, during that instant, Guxianer attacked. She seemed to be moving through time, and the power of time she controlled was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, she appeared in another space and returned to her original position. Then, she threw a punch forward. Chaotic aura surged on her small, sparkling white fist, as if it had cracked through the ages. With a bang, the immortal king's palm trembled viciously, and cracks appeared on his bones. Then, with a bang, it exploded. There was no change of emotion on her face. She attacked again. Her thin and slender figure was surrounded by the immortal light of the great Tao. She was like a peerless fairy who had been banished from the world. She was otherworldly, and there was a cold, killing intent in her. With just one exchange of blows, the immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization was heavily injured. He was shocked and had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. There's actually a female immortal king here, and she looks so young. All the living beings and cultivators on the ancient warship were stunned. They did not manage to react to the situation even after a long time had passed. They had already sunk into despair, and they did not expect that they would suddenly be saved. All their gazes were gathered on Guxian. The true immortal guarding the ancient warship said excitedly, "This is great! This is great! We have another immortal king, and she's so young, but her strength is already so astonishing. I didn't know that there was such a peerless prodigy hiding on the warship." Guxian. Er's face was surrounded by immortal light. Even those at the same level as her might not be able to see her true appearance. However, even if they saw her true appearance, all the people in the area might not be able to recognize her. After all, she had disappeared from the Daochang True World for a long time. These living beings and cultivators came from different universes, so they might not know of her existence. However, they could generally tell that she was very young. Her bone age could even be described as young. For her to have such achievements at such a young age could be said to have shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Of course, Guxian did not care about this. Right then, there was only this immortal king in front of her. He was her opponent, and she had to kill him. After leaving the heavenly tomb, she had not truly fought against those at the same level as her, so she did not know what level she had reached. The immortal king in front of her was a perfect target for her to train herself. Boom! Guxian charged over once again. She did not use any weapons, only a punch. She was strong and powerful, and the terrifying light from her fist evaporated all things. A large amount of energy particles evaporated, as if they could cleanse all things and see through the universe. The expression of the immortal king in front of her kept changing. He did not dare to fight head-on, and fear filled his heart. The battle in this place was incredibly shocking. It shook the long river of time, and many great Taos of order were crushed into powder. The immortal spirit civilization's immortal king was cold and cruel at the beginning. He wanted to destroy all of the surrounding ancient warships and open up a gap, but he did not expect to encounter Gu Xian. No matter what methods he used, he could only retreat in defeat, constantly coughing up blood and being injured. In the end, after hundreds of moves, this place exploded into a bloody mist. The immortal spirit civilization's immortal king was crushed by Gu Xian. However, an immortal king was difficult to kill. His primordial spirit wanted to tear through time and space to escape. Fortunately, Gu Xian had expected this. A slightly damaged ancient pagoda flew out. It was white and sparkling, and there was a waterfall-like great Tao order that fell, directly suppressing that primordial spirit, keeping it inside, planning to slowly destroy it later. This was a strange treasure she brought out from the heavenly tomb. Its level was unknown. It had a total of 9 levels, but only 7 levels were left. It could seal everything. The battle in this place had long alarmed all sides. The immortal kings in the other regions were also fighting. All of them were injured, but it was difficult for them to truly do anything to each other. When one reached the level of immortal king, it was already very difficult to truly kill them, unless the difference in power was too great. And Gu Xian had gotten rid of an immortal king so cleanly. This was truly shocking. It was especially so when she did not seem to have truly used her strongest power. An unprecedented genius. Such a young and mysterious female immortal king actually appeared in this disaster. Dao Chang True World is blessed with great fortune, and our kismet will last for a long time. We are destined not to die. Some of the veteran immortal kings could not help but laugh loudly. They were incredibly excited. The disaster had come too suddenly. Many people did not know why the other party had come and why they wanted to destroy Dao Chang True World. However, this did not affect the people's resistance and unyielding will. Even if they were badly injured, they would still make the other party pay a terrible price. An immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization was dealt with just like that, causing the morale of the Dao Chang True World's army to increase greatly. They were incredibly excited and became even braver, as if they were not afraid of death. Gu Xian also received the other immortal king's messages. They were incredibly worried about her safety. They believed that her talent was terrifying and that she was an unprecedented genius. Her future was unimaginable, and she could not take any risks here. They told her to quickly return to the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance. She could not die. In the future, she would definitely reach an even higher realm. A genius like her was a treasure to the current Dao Chang True World. They would do everything they could to protect her. There was no way they would allow her to take risks and fight in a battlefield where she could die at any moment. Many of the veteran immortal kings were sending her messages, telling her to quickly leave the front lines and leave this place to them. Gu Xian might know that these messages were sent out of goodwill, but at this sort of juncture, she could not leave. It was just like when she was the Heaven Crusher in her first life and commanded the army of the true mountain and sea world to fight against the Great Liquidation. Besides, in this sort of battle, she could train herself and completely absorb the essence of the quenching heavens. Only then would she have a chance to cultivate the light of a quasi-immortal emperor in the shortest amount of time. Chapter 985. The devastating war of the immortal spirit civilization's invasion of the Dao Chang True World began. The vast army that covered the sky and earth turned into a terrifying flood that flooded towards the Dao Chang True World like locusts, intending to tear a hole in the Dao Chang True World. On the ancient warships, the Dao Chang True World's army was also fearless. They continued resisting and killing. Thick, bloody light filled all the universes. It was an incredibly devastating sight. Corpses were everywhere and many planets had exploded. In the war, they were instantly reduced to dust and no longer existed. Many of the leaders of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance once again. They watched the war through secret treasures. At the same time, orders turned into flowing streams of light and were passed down to continue dispatching the armies in various places to provide reinforcements. Everyone's hearts were heavy. They knew that the war would be incredibly devastating. Perhaps even the immortal kings would be exhausted and truly die in the end. This war might last for a long time. No one can slack off. This disaster is also a trial for the Dao Chang True World. We can be reborn from the ashes and become immortals, Deputy Gu Wuang said. Then he swung his arm, and the picture on the secret treasure before him disappeared. The people were prepared for a long war. The truly powerful people had yet to appear in the ancient warship that stretched across the boundless expanse of space. The immortal emperor who had attacked was perhaps just a chess piece sent by the enemy to test the Dao Chang True World strength. The true chess pieces had yet to appear. In fact, they did not know just how strong they were. As for the Dao Chang True World, they only had 4 Dao Realm cultivators with the addition of 1 external helper, ancient monk Ape Zen. When the final war erupted, it would be difficult to say whether they would be able to withstand it. Lord Deputy Alliance Master, do you know why the civilizations from the other true worlds invaded on such a large scale? Are they fighting over something? The leaders of the races in the hall asked, and they voiced the questions that were in many people's hearts. Even Gu Wuang could not give an accurate answer to this question. Ancient monk Ape Zen placed his palms together and said, "The universe's boundless and countless civilizations and races are born. War is an eternal melody that never ends. Weakness is the source of invasions." When the people in the hall heard this, their hearts sank and they felt powerless. Weakness was the original sin. Because of it, Dao Chang True World would be bullied and invaded by the civilizations of the other true worlds. No matter what the reason is, all of you should seize this time to increase your strength. I have observed the river of destiny in Dao Chang True World recently, and it shows no signs of weakening because of this sudden disaster, Gu Wang said flatly. When the great battle broke out, there were no signs of Gu Chang'e showing up. This made him guess that Gu Chang'e might have really gone to the boundless expanse domain. However, Gu Wuang did not believe that Gu Chang'e did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, there were still people he treasured in Dao Chang True World. The ripples from the great battle that swept through the entire Dao Chang True World made it seem as if heavenly punishment had descended and wanted to destroy the entire universe. Even if it was on the other side of the world dike, it still reached the many universes and worlds in Dao Chang True World. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. No matter what level of cultivation they were in, they could not help but shudder. Every single day, countless armies would rush out from various universes and dimensions to fight in that direction. After Dao Chang True World went through the second apocalypse, it had rested for many eons. Its overall foundation was not that bad. In the dark, true spirit Qing, Yi was also using all sorts of methods to help the powerful heaven destroyers reincarnate or protect a wisp of their true souls so that they could be resurrected and have their physical bodies reconstructed. Over the eons, many people had been cultivating in various places and dimensions, quietly recovering and waiting for the day when they would return to the peak. The eruption of the great battle had woken them up beforehand. Qi and blood continuously surged into the sky from many ancient lands and tore through the multiverse, beyond the boundless expanse domain. The ripples from the battle between the immortal emperor from the other world and the immortal emperor sent by the immortal spirit civilization also stirred up the long river of time. Some of the existences who had been cultivating in the ancient dimensions were also alarmed and rushed out from other eons to show themselves. It had been countless years since the Forbidden Era, and during that period of time, there was also a period of time when the world was destroyed. That was a dimension where no one could enter. Even if the long river of time had been cut off and shattered, those who had power that surpassed immortal kings would not dare to take on the boundless burden and travel to this aeon. They would often experience backlash, the wrath of heaven, and disappear after turning into Tao. This was a chaotic dimension. The nodes were shattered, and it was impossible to determine the precise coordinates of this dimension. To cultivators, stepping into this dimension meant that they would be exiled forever. They would not be able to find the coordinates of the present world and would be lost forever. In this chaotic space that was filled with broken fragments of time, two figures sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. One of them was dressed in red. There was a dot of cinnabar at the center of her brows. Her eyelashes were very long, and her face was incredibly exquisite. She was only the size of a palm, and she could cause the downfall of a country. Beside her, demonic aura would occasionally surge, and immortal light would occasionally rise. Fragments of the great Tao intersected with each other. The other figure was dressed in white. Her hair was as black as jade, and she was so bright that she could reflect herself. The void around her seemed to have transformed into a sacred and pure land. The shadow of a gorgeous peach tree took root in the center. Peach blossoms fell from the sky, fluttering continuously like a rain of light that turned into Tao. The two of them seemed to be separated by a sea of time. They could see each other, but they could not get close to each other. It was as if they were forever trapped in a point, a circle. The turbulent storm of the great Tao could not hurt them at all. The moment it landed beside them, it dissipated into thin air. Their auras were sometimes weak and sometimes terrifying. The center of their brows glowed, as if something was nurturing in their bodies. These two figures were Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao. This ancient dimension was extremely chaotic. After losing the coordinates of the present world, it was impossible to return to the present world. To them, it was as if they were imprisoned and exiled in the endless chaotic dimension. With the help of High Priest of Fate Xiao Ruoyin's creation, Immortal Boat, they traversed the forbidden epoch of ancient times to search for the truth of that time. Although they finally got what they wanted, the two of them were also exiled by Gu Changa into this chaotic dimension. They were like imprisoned criminals, unable to break out of that point or that circle around them. In air, the red-clothed Chan Hongyi opened her eyes. In the tranquil sea of time, a shocking wave suddenly surged. Fragments of time filled the sky, and a storm of the great Tao swept out, containing an incomparably terrifying destructive power. However, this storm of the great Tao, which could easily destroy all life, disappeared the moment it touched her. The embryonic form of the seed of the true world. Is this the great gift that Master has prepared for me? Chan Hongyi's expression was very calm. There seemed to be a small seed between her brows. It shone brightly, containing endless mysteries of creation. She looked at Tao Yao in the distance. There was also a small seed between Tao Yao's brows. It was shining brightly, as if it was nurturing some sort of embryonic form. However, Tao Yao did not awaken. His body seemed to be in some strange domain, and the essence of his life was undergoing a shocking change. In this chaotic dimension from ancient times, there were all sorts of substances similar to the origin, as well as innate rules. It was of great help to them in condensing the imprint of the great Tao. Chan Hongyi did not know what method this seed of the true world had used to travel through countless dimensions of time and space to land on her and Tao Yao, but she guessed that this was Gu Changa's method. In truth, after learning the truth of the forbidden epoch, she did not hate Gu Changa anymore. It should be said that after traversing the long river of time, she had unexpectedly suffered a karmic backlash and nearly lost herself forever. But when Gu Changa saved her, she had already reacted. It was just as Tao Yao had said. If Gu Changa wanted to kill her, he had already done so during the forbidden epoch. Why did he have to spend so much effort to seal her in the demon burial abyss? Why did he have to personally go to the demon burial abyss after reincarnation, personally unseal her, and design a demon extermination assembly to attract the ancient existences of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help her recover? In the face of her revenge, he had never chosen to attack her. He had always treated her with a peaceful and tolerant attitude. Chan Hongyi had thought through many things during the years of being exiled and trapped here. She was wrong. She was terribly wrong. There was no turning back. Chan Hongyi did not know what Gu Changa was planning and what his goal was. But she knew that everything that had happened during the Forbidden Epic was definitely planned by Gu Changa and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, Qing Yi. However, after the Forbidden Epic, Gu Changa had to bear the infamy of all worlds. He was deserted and turned into a demon feared by all worlds. Even his closest disciple had turned against him and was willing to pay any price to take revenge on him. In this world, there was no one who could understand him, understand his heart, understand his difficulties, and stand with him. I wonder how much bitterness and indescribable bitterness Master felt when he was faced with my revenge. His once obedient disciple had become an enemy who hated him to the bone. Chan Hongyi's lips curled into a smile that was unclear whether it was self-deprecating or sarcastic. But even in the face of all this, Gu Changa still saved her when she was in danger. If she had not insisted on risking life and death to return to the past to find the truth, she would have probably lived in hatred and pain for the rest of her life, unable to forget. As for why she and Tao Yao were both exiled and imprisoned in this ancient era, Chan Hongyi had vaguely guessed the truth. She and Tao Yao knew the truth of the Forbidden Epic and the grand scheme of Gu Changa and Qing Yi. Once they appeared in the present world, they would definitely disrupt the plans of the two and interfere with the grand scheme. To prevent any accidents from happening, Gu Changa could only take action and imprison them in this ancient era. But even so, you still gave us the true world seed. Master, oh Master, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? Or are you saying that even if you keep restraining yourself in your heart, you are unable to truly be absolutely cold and emotionless when facing us? As Chan Hongyi mumbled, she raised her hand, and the true world seed at the center of her brows flew out and landed on her palm. This small true world seed was not a real true world seed. It was just an embryonic form, but it also contained endless serendipity. Within the true world seed was a mysterious true world formed by the collisions of countless substances in the primal chaos. In an instant, the true world was formed. Chan Hongyi did not know the name of this mysterious substance, but it was the guarantee that allowed her to step into Tao realm. I won't destroy your plans, Master. I just want to do my best to make up for everything. As she looked at the true world seed, her gaze was incredibly calm. There was no hostility in it, just like the calm surface of the sea. Buzz! The next instant, the center of Chan Hongyi's brows shone. A small nascent divinity that looked exactly like her took a step forward and swallowed the true world seed. She did not choose to refine it. Instead, she used the nascent divinity form 3, 9 to swallow the true world seed. Since Qing Yi was an innate true spirit from the true mountain and sea world, why couldn't she use this to become an acquired true spirit and become an existence like the true world? This process might be incredibly difficult, and no one had ever heard of anyone being able to do it. However, the true world seed had allowed Chan Hongyi to see the direction she should take in the future. She had her own path. Today, I, Chan Hongyi, have made a great wish in the chaotic sea of time and space of countless years ago. I will turn into a true demon world. When I turn into a demon, all living things in the world will turn into a demon with me. When I turn into a demon, all living things in the world will turn into a demon with me. Tao will disappear, demon will rise, Tao will rise, demon will disappear, and Tao and demon will coexist. Rumble. Due to Chan Hongyi's great wish to become a demon, A terrifying sound rang out in the ancient sea of time and space. There seemed to be some kind of magnificent and inconceivable power in the unseen world that was reflecting her great aspirations. Boundless demonic aura surged forth like a vast sea of stars. It turned into a boundless river that completely submerged her. The true world seed that was originally shining brilliantly was fusing with her nascent divinity. In an instant, it turned as black as ink and was rapidly undergoing some sort of transformation. Every single one of her great wishes was incredibly loud. They echoed in every single spatial node, shaking the chaotic sea of time and space to the point that it started boiling. The storm of the great Tao did not stop in the slightest and continued crashing down. Chan Hongyi only closed her eyes quietly and allowed the boundless demonic aura to completely submerge her. Chapter 986. Gu Chang'e, who was refining the imperishable substance and the substance of creation in the grand palace of the royal family in the ruins of spirits, suddenly opened his eyes. Red robes! He seemed to have sensed something, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Before he left the Tao Chang true world, he deliberately searched for a lawless and unrestrained land and refined a true world seed. Then he divided it into several portions and turned them into streams of light that entered the bodies of Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. The true world seed contained the pinnacle of the true meaning of Tao. In truth, it was refined using the imperishable substance and the substance of creation. It might not allow them to reach the heavens in one go and obtain inconceivable dharmic powers. However, it could help them lay down a sturdy foundation and become the most solid cornerstone for them to enter the Tao realm in the future. Of course, Gu Chang'e had also left his mark on the true world seeds, allowing him to be aware of Yu Mingkong and the others' safety at all times. He would not let any accidents happen to them. He might not be a good person, but he was never stingy or lacking in concern for the people he treasured. Gu Chang'e might not have asked them about their cultivation in detail, but he had always been paying attention to them. For example, Yu Mingkong's self-created Great Dream reincarnation immortal art was incredibly mysterious and profound in Gu Chang'e's eyes. She had vaguely touched upon the true essence of the transformation between reality and illusion. Her cultivation and comprehension of Tao in the dream were completely dependent on her control over the dream. This dream could span the ages, but it could also disappear with the snap of a finger. It only lasted for a moment. With the help of the substance of creation and the imperishable substance, once she completely woke up, her strength might increase to a terrifying level. Over the years, Gu Chang'e had investigated the truth behind Yu Mingkong's rebirth. He had also wondered whether she was a reflection of a certain person. However, all his guesses were overturned one by one. The most likely possibility was that Yu Mingkong had accidentally touched upon the tracks of a certain timeline, allowing her to accidentally learn about her future memories from another timeline. That memory of 16 years in the future was like a dream. If there was a dream within a dream, there would naturally be a time to wake up. Therefore, this was also the opportunity for Yu Mingkong to create the Great Dream Reversal Immortal Art. She was already a stunning talent, but because she was willing to stay by Gu Chang'e's side, she hid her brilliance. Gu Chang'e had to admit that Yu Mingkong was much more important to him than the others. At the mention of Yu Mingkong, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but think of Gu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu had always been well-behaved and obedient. In front of Gu Chang'e, he was even more submissive. Later on, she was even willing to give up her status as the human ancestor palace's holy maiden for him. She went against her beliefs and betrayed the human ancestor palace. Gu Chang'e was not a person with a heart of stone, so how could he be indifferent? Jiang Chuchu's talent was also amazing. She had already touched the power of Kismet and understood faith. Gu Chang'e did not need to worry about her cultivation. Even if he did not leave behind the embryonic form of the true world seed, Jiang Chuchu would still have a high possibility of entering Tao realm in the future. As for Gu Xian, She was once the heir of the true mountain and sea world. She was born with the kismet of a true world and experienced 3 lifetimes. With the fruits of her previous 2 lifetimes, she would definitely be able to reach an even higher level in this life. Besides that, Gu Changa had also arranged another path for Gu Xian. He was waiting for her to be born so that he could take over everything. When he was still in the upper world, he had countless followers and subordinates. For example, Ada, who was condensed from the aura of true blood in Demon Burial Abyss, the people who destroyed Hell and Buddha, and the many dark puppets created when he built the Heavenly Court of Darkness, as well as the puppet of the ancient celestial lord of reincarnation that he refined later. Gu Changa had long since made arrangements for these people. Over the years, he had nurtured them in a certain place. Their strength had already reached a terrifying level. The ripples of the mark on Hongyi's body have undergone a shocking change. Her life form is undergoing a metamorphosis. Looks like she wants to give me a surprise. Looks like this was the right move. Gu Changa collected his thoughts and sensed the ripples of the mark. He was not too worried. After personally traveling through time and returning to the past to see the so-called truth, with Chan Hongyi's personality, it was impossible for her to hate him again. On the contrary, Chan Hongyi might even feel guilty and want to make it up to him. Gu Changa did not think about how Chan Hongyi would make it up to him. After all, his thoughts were not pure from the start. Some of the things he did later were just making the best of his mistakes. The current results were somewhat out of his expectations. Now he only wanted Chan Hongyi's existence to ensure that there would not be any mistakes in the overall situation. Wow. Then he rolled up his sleeves, and a small, golden bottle appeared. It was filled with traces of the great Tao and was extremely heavy, as if it was made of chaotic, immortal gold. The palace immediately shook violently. In front of Gu Changa, there were masses of substances that were as beautiful as a dreamy galaxy. They took on various forms, either in the form of mist or liquid. They underwent many changes, evolving chaos and the 3,000 great Taos. Countless strands of fate were being extracted from the various worlds ruled by the royal family of the spiritual ruins and condensed into these substances. Gu Changa took action and collected all the immortal substances and creation substances into the small golden bottle. Although it was not much to him, it was better than nothing. It was better than nothing. The fate of an ancient true world was extremely rich and vast, but condensing a strand of immortal substance and creation substance from it was also extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to condense the fate of a new true world, unless it was accumulated over a long period of time. Such a small bottle can also help me avoid some troublesome matters. Gu Changa rolled up his sleeves and put away the small golden bottle. When he had more time, he would continue to condense these substances. From Gu Changa's perspective, immortal substances and creation substances represented the development and general principles of matter on the path of Tao realm. They were the beginning and end of Tao. At the same time, they were the source of all things, the beginning of chaos and primordial chaos. They were the source of everything before the lawless world. The other existences in Tao realm could not understand what this meant, nor could they understand the existence of these substances. It was even more impossible for them to condense them. They could only continuously explore these substances in the long process of cultivation and see a strand of aura, a prototype, or a true meaning. Even if Gu Changa taught them how to condense immortal substances and creation substances, they would not be able to do it. Even if they spent their entire lives, they would not be able to condense even a strand of them. Only existences who had transcended and achieved true transcendence in life and possessed inconceivable wisdom would be able to understand the existence of these substances and condense them for their own use. This logic was a little complicated to explain, but in simple terms it was like asking a human to tell an insect what substances were made of and what types of elements there were. That was why, no matter how extravagant and detailed the human's explanation was, it was impossible to expect an insect to understand these things. As for Gu Changa, his current strength might only be at the level of an insect, but his state of being was different. He could condense and use these substances to increase his state of being and his strength. He could also use these substances to help existences in Tao realm increase their cultivation base and state. Condensing immortal substances and creation substances by myself is too slow. If only I could find a vessel that could condense these substances. However, the possibility of finding such a vessel in the vast expanse world is close to zero. Unless there are some who have come into contact with the origin world, which is the world of the real world, and accidentally obtained clues and created them. But the possibility of that happening is also close to zero. Gu Changa frowned slightly and began to think again. If he recovered to the peak of his strength as the Devil Lord and found suitable materials, with the great Tao as the fuel and the power of many civilizations, he would be able to create such a supreme treasure. However, even if he had the strength now, he did not have suitable materials. As for relying on the Tao Chang True World and the True Spirit Ruins World, that was even more unrealistic. The materials needed to create such a supreme treasure could only be found in the supreme, true worlds. Even if they searched everywhere, they would not be able to find enough, and they would have to take the risk and come into contact with the real world. He did not expect the true Spirit Ruins world to have such a supreme treasure. After all, if he could condense immortal substances or creation substances from providence, he would definitely be able to create many peerless powerhouses. How could the true Spirit Ruins world be at his mercy? I can put the matter of condensing immortal substances and creation substances aside for now. I can have the Spirit Phoenix help me collect the providence of the Spiritual Ruins royal family over the years. When Gu Changa thought of this, he stood up and left the grand hall. The power of providence was the most mysterious substance, and it was of great use to him now. Outside the hall, the black-robed old man that Ancestor King Whitebone had transformed into stood respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." When he saw Gu Changa walking over, he respectfully greeted him like an old servant. Beside the black-robed old man stood a beautiful woman in a green dress. Her eyes were charming, and there was a natural charm at the tip of her brows. She had the strength of an immortal king. "Lu Mei greets my lord." She was Emperor Ling's trusted aide and had been standing outside the hall. If Gu Changa had any orders, he could pass them to Emperor Ling through her. Where is Emperor Ling now? Gu Changa nodded, slightly glanced at her and asked. Wang Yanxiu and the other patriarchs were in charge of recruiting the armies of the Spiritual Ruins royal family in the greater Thousand Worlds. Emperor Ling was arranged to follow him and do things for him because she wanted to please him. However, when Gu Changa was condensing immortal substances and creation substances, he told Emperor Ling not to stay by his side all the time, so she left. "My lord, Her Majesty has something to do and has left the palace," Lu Mei replied respectfully. In front of Gu Changa, she did not dare to hide anything. Even the patriarchs of the Spiritual Ruins royal family were extremely afraid of Gu Changa. Although she had the strength of an immortal king, she was no different from an ant in front of him. "Something to do?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. Emperor Ling had other thoughts when the Spiritual Ruins royal family was recruiting the armies. He did know that there were conflicts between Emperor Ling and the patriarchs of the Spiritual Ruins royal family. But as long as it didn't affect his matters, he wouldn't care. Yes, before Her Majesty left the palace, she told me that if my lord has any orders, I can tell you directly, Lu Mei said hurriedly. Seeing that Gu Changa seemed a little displeased, Lu Mei was a little afraid and hurriedly said, "It's fine." Gu Changa pondered for a moment and didn't make things difficult for her. He wasn't in a hurry to gather the power of providence. However, Emperor Ling was a Tao realm existence after all. She ruled over the entire Spiritual Ruins royal family and supervised everything. Although she didn't know everything, there was basically nothing that could be hidden from her. However, if there was something that made her want to go out personally, it wouldn't be simple. At this point, Gu Changa also had some thoughts and guesses. Then he thought about it and deduced Emperor Ling's current actions. Emperor Ling was a Tao realm existence, and her existence had already abandoned karma and fate. The past, future, and any space-time couldn't be seen and were shrouded in fog. Gu Changa couldn't really deduce everything that he wanted to know. He only wanted to deduce some clues. The mysteries of the heavens are in chaos, and they're variables that are disrupting the fate of the spiritual ruins royal family. It seems that there really is an unexpected variable. What a pleasant surprise! Gu Changa retracted his thoughts and looked at the uneasy Lu Mei. He said gently, "You should know where Emperor Ling is now. Bring me to her." He didn't want to continue probing and deducing in case Emperor Ling sensed something and alerted her. Now that the true spirit ruins world was under his control, it was a power that was hard to come by. Gu Changa did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Lu Mei was flattered and said hurriedly, "My lord, if you want to see Her Majesty, you can just ask her to come. There's no need to trouble you to find her personally." Gu Changa waved his hand and said gently, "It's fine. Just bring me to her." Beside him, Ancestor King Baigu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He also guessed that Emperor Ling was hiding some secret. She probably didn't expect that Gu Changa would leave the hall early and end his cultivation so quickly.